as we are once again live upon the internet. And yeah, let's make sure that we are. It's public. Well, YouTube set is public, and bit rates going everywhere, and our audio being fine. Yeah, everything is good. And yeah, bundle, new Tundra bundle now in store. Hey, they're getting their message out on Tuesday, actually. It's a miracle. Because the last few times it was always on Wednesday when these started to work. So yeah. Frozen Lands, Endless Possibilities. The Tundra bundle includes a whole outfit with a balaclava. The baklava. The discounted bundle is available for a limited time only. This is still like not EU compatible, right? EU law compatible. Like you can't have just a bundle that is only available for a limited time and then also say that it is discounted, right? Like that's still technically fraud, basically. Yeah, let's make sure we're capturing the right browser window here.
Let's go to the mall. The East Mall.
Entering safe area.
Yeah. Say this character already over to you. Oh yeah, they use a church for them, or they use food bank? Because they've already used animal shelter, residential. Yeah, let's use that one for them. Also, yeah, that's not the right tab. That's the right tab. Yeah, let me also check that part is working still.
Detected.
And Bugtrix arrived, and Hader Cross as well. And yeah, as the title says, we're gonna record character 4's video. Even though I basically have a bunch of videos still kind of ready to go already. Oh yeah, I should turn off directives, as I have those on game. And yeah, we're gonna go character 4, so 4.1 to 4.16. This time I was smart as well and made sure that I reset the browser so it's not as awful. Let's get these all into order. Because yeah, that one's in reverse order, which is super annoying. But yeah, we can just pull one that side and then pull one that side. Although honestly, I'm losing things as well. It's loading as well, and it's also next to a lamp. So see me squint. That's the reason. It's kind of hard to read, right? You know what? I can just do this. Let's that works. For a moment. Yeah, so for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Okay. So that's already prepared. We've already gone through them and we've double checked them already, so it's it should be all fine. So I have where would it be? Past that. Okay, so yeah, we can grab that if we need it. No, whatever. Huh. Never realized there's a latitude in there. She never really read these notes. Yeah, hotel stash. Fifth rule: follow them. Oh wait, what? What is that? Something rules. What would that be? SH? Safe house rules. Follow them. Yeah. Wait, what? Tell Mark if you have questions on heating. Yeah. Day shave. Smells of fire and oil. Keep away. Any mini fridges. Yeah. Where's the smells of dead bodies? That would be. Wait, where would Wall Street start? Wall Street would start there, right? Yeah. So. Oh, that's just the big, like the tree and stuff that's in front of that, like, yeah. So we're also like the tree is for the Santa thing. If you see abandoned police cars anywhere, go what? Go back from where you came. That makes sense. Oh yeah, so I got sidetracked there. But let me catch up here. So, and there were he's. And yeah, everything's going pretty well. Hope everybody's enjoying their Tuesday reset day. It was a pretty busy day for me though. Kind of feeling it, being tired and stuff, but it's fine. Just make me feel better about my 3 demo clipping. I mean, yeah, there's so much stuff that is like floating. The thing is, it's better for them to be like, although here is not too bad. Some of them are definitely noticeably floating, but it's better for them to be floating out than to like being like half clipping through, because that also happens to a few places, right? But yeah, this is what happens when you have like, you know, an underpaid intern kind of place objects. It kind of works as long as you don't look too closely. Yeah, we'll use this as our intro kind of. I like the color on my agent as well. There. We'll have NYC next to my head. Yeah, let's make sure that the hard disk can record. Okay, it can. I'll see. What was my name again? What were these again? Actually, so build showcase. Build collection update. That's what it is. Yeah, let's get an intro in the bag. We're gonna do it. Definitely gonna do it first try. If we don't do it in the very first time we try it, that was not the first try. The one that succeeds, that was the first try. That's how that works. Yeah. let's intro this out. Well, actually, you know what I should do? Maybe we do a little bit of should just pre-record these and then just play them out, and then also I love how they're just using concept art basically in their stuff. Yeah, we'll just kind of look over the board as I talk. God damn it, somebody's bumping into me. I'll let them mean to first. They're bumping into my camera. It's the dangers of being in a shared space, but it's also half the fun. Yeah, I do want to have that New York badge there. As that's one from the Division 1. That is the one, right? From Division 1. The Division 1 shields. That was the one. So that's no longer gettable as well. Yeah, let's get going. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look. No, I want to have a build collection update. No, I want to give. That's it. We've done too many in-depth looks and stuff, so it's just my go-to thing to say. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we'll delve into Character 4 with their build collection updates, as the entire build collection has been updated already for a little bit, and we're kind of catching up and going through each and any of the characters that is on that collection, which is 4 from my main account, and then 1 from my second account. That is how we get up to 5 characters in total. So we're up to character 4. We're getting towards the end and also ending out main account. And yeah, especially on main account, I do have a bunch of more wacky builds, and this character as well has some of those wacky builds as well. So we'll jump into them as always with these build collection update videos or build showcases in general. Everything will be time-stamped per build, so you can jump around and find the exact build if you're looking for a specific one, more information on them. As in this, we're kind of treating it both as just showcasing all of the builds and talking about them briefly together with the updates, because every build kind of got touched. At the very least, all of their build pictures got a retouch, if nothing else, to make sure that we have the right looking UI, basically. Actually, shit. Yeah, what I should do, when I'm talking about the build collection and shit, how about we have that up on the screen like that? Because that's how I've been doing it, actually. So, okay. So yeah, those weren't the first stakes. This is the first stake if it succeeds. It's post hoc, not not before. So, would that be pre hoc or would that be something else? Is the inverse of post hoc pre hoc? You would think so, right? But is it actually? Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we'll delve into Character 4's build collection updates, as we'll go through all of their builds and kind of showcase them very briefly, as we'll go through 16 builds that are on their loadout slots in the build collection, going from 4.01 to 4.16. The last character of main account, as I have 4 characters on my main account, and then the 5th character as 5.01 until 5.16 is basically on a separate second account, where we have basically, they're not attached together. And then here as well, character 4 is kind of the place where a bunch of somewhat weirder builds end up. Of course, they have all of the general builds that I would need, as we'll kind of see in a minute. But they have also a bunch of somewhat weirder stuff. Usually they are kind of more my test bed, and then, or well, they have usually a few spots available at the very least. And if I like the build, I might move it around or trade it around if I feel it fits better, maybe on a different character. As always, with these build collection updates and build showcases in general, we'll have everything time-stamped, so you can jump around to a specific build if that is what interests you. And as well, as we did with the last few of these, I'm not just going to talk about what changed, which used to be kind of the format of these, as every build did get some changes, if nothing else, a weapon changed or something like that. Every build has a new build picture, if nothing else, just for the UI, because of course the specialization weapon now has the modifier next to it, so I just wanted them all to look the same. And because of that as well, we'll go just through every build. And first, I'll kind of discuss what has changed or what may have been buffs or nerfs or such, or just maybe a rework of the build by itself without actually changes from this season. Afterwards, I'll kind of explain as well what the build is for, and then also how hard it is to kind of get together if you were one to copy it for yourself. I feel those two parts especially are very, very handy to kind of have in here. And that's also why we're just going basically through the entire collection one by one, and even the builds that haven't really got any major changes, we'll still discuss them, and I'll just give some brief info on them. As yeah, I know what all these builds are for, but that might not be clear if if you are not if you aren't you know, a little bit more advanced into the game, or actually me basically. But some of them are just silly as well. Yeah, let's go get started with 4.01. Okay. So yeah, those two other takes get deleted. See, they didn't exist. It was always the first take all along. Okay. So that was 250-ish, which is good. And what I want to do is especially hit kind of sub 5, or well, sub 4 preferably on basically most of the builds. A few builds I'm kind of okay going over 4, and then like at most then 5. But if we can kind of keep most of them around 4, then I get a cookie. I mean, I'm going to get a cookie either way. I don't feel I need per se that. People running around here. Yeah, so we'll have the build up there. So we need this one, and we need this one with my circle as well. Let me catch up here for a second. There sounds valid. I've never. I mean, yeah, they usually use the term just post hoc just to, you know, because pre hoc is just yeah, reasoning from the front, right? Basically. So post hoc argument would be like after we know arguing it, but yeah. Anyway, this is Jim. Yeah, and yeah, what else coming in? I'm recording for the build collection video, or build collection update video. That's the order of things, not video update. So yeah, we'll be going through all of character 4 builds and such. So hopefully interesting and fun. It's a lot of talking for me. I should have actually. Should have totally made some tea, maybe. That would have been smart. Let's actually make sure as well. I feel I'm a little bit out of focus, just barely. That's a better range. Yeah. So let's get started here. Shouldn't have said the number there. I should never say the number at the end. I should always say that at the start, so that when people skip to it, I'm also saying this more for myself, just so so when people skip to it, that they, you know, get the number at the start. Yeah. And indeed, starting with a 4.01, their first build. It is a negotiator setup. It is generally as well on the first character slot of my of all of my 4 characters on main account. It's basically kind of like their, to me, kind of like their signature kind of build, kind of determining, you know, the kind of character I see them being as. And in this case, negotiator is that for this character. So a little bit of just, you know, adding a little bit of your own lore into some of your characters can be, you know, enjoyable if nothing else. Here we're showing it with the negotiator with Cheska Gruppo, Obliterate Vigilance. Of course, the backpack of negotiator actually got a pretty big buff, and we'll see actually a negotiator with the backpack version later on character 5. But also, I have a recommended negotiator folder at the top of the build collection, where yeah, there are several versions, and then also usually one with and then one without the backpack, because the backpack is basically optional. still is as well. You basically, if you go more towards having, for instance, a high end with vigilance, then what you're getting is more upfront damage, basically less spread damage, but more single target damage for when that is needed. And then with the backpack, you get more spread damage. So it kind of depends kind of how you're playing it. And then, yeah, that backpack actually getting a buff has made it much more viable and much more usable than it used to be. And it was already pretty usable. Would I still keep it this way? Yes, as well. Because, yeah, the single target damage of this is much better. And sometimes it kind of depends what you're going to do with it. If you're going to go into content like Legendary, for instance, where you have multiple targets, you kind of know where they're spawning and stuff. But then, for instance, if I were to go do solo bounties or something, I might go more with something like this, where I also still have the single target damage, where if I'm just fighting one single named, yeah, not having any spread going, then this does a little bit better at those points. If we take it into the game, as yeah, all of the builds on the build collection, if you were not aware, are basically a one-to-one to what I have on the characters themselves. Basically, all of the 16 loadout slots are represented there as a build picture. And what you should notice there is a thing that I do quite often, but yeah, we don't show it on the build collection like that. But we'll discuss it here as a little pop-up several times, likely as well with this character. And that is that it's saved as a 5-piece. So yeah, on the build picture, we saw it be with the Cheska backpack that they have from another build, in this case, Red Heartbreaker, we'll see later. But then I have it saved as this 5-piece, so we have all of the options available to me. So if I wanted to put instead in a Coyote, I could go that route. Basically, in this, we won't be using the chest really ever. Increasing it to 5 targets is not really a useful thing compared to just having a damage talent there. So yeah, I'm opening up my possibilities by doing this, saving it in this way. I would, of course, never run it in this 5-piece unless I load it and forget. But then as well, we can, for instance, grab a Contractors from a different build to maybe go for an LMG version. We could go a Coyote, as we kind of talked about. We could go then that Cheska backpack. We could go the whole new holster. We could go whatever we want it to be. This saving loadouts in this way is very nice. And then, yeah, Negotiator is actually a really good red build, very usable and easy as well to get together because, yeah, it's all red core pieces in this red setup. Yeah, we can very easily get the pieces together because we need the core to be pretty good or a good stat here. And then, yeah, we just get it done. And farming even a little, you will get maxed out gear sets with usually at least some of them with core pretty close to full or just full as I have here with all of the pieces being fully weapon damage there. And then playstyle wise, this is a little bit of a shift from, for instance, just strikers or something, because on this build, we try to mark multiple targets, and that can be actually very enjoyable to try to get the most out of this build. And Negotiator at full blast, if you can keep going with marking multiple targets, having usually at least 2 targets marked, doing your best to kind of extract the most out of the build, can actually be quite high up there. On a technical, on a theoretical level, it can be Chest Striker with 3 targets going pretty consistently if you were to have that opportunity. And there are places where we can create that opportunity, of course. Some of, for instance, you know, the raid bosses or some of the bosses from legendaries and such, where we can mark multiples and then also have big fat targets. Think of the Marauders at the end of Roosevelt, where we have 2 targets and we can kind of mark them out and kind of spread the damage between them. And then also as well from enemies below as well. And yeah, just the playstyle difference is already makes this quite worthwhile to have in your collection yourself as well. That might be just too long. Also, I'm not in the right tempo. Yeah, that's 5:10. I can do that faster. Yeah, let's do that and let's do it faster. Because yeah, I was not even the right voice tempo. We can book it and just yeah. We'll keep that one just in case this one like messes up even more. But I'm hoping to do better. Yeah, let's just take a mulligan on that one. 5 is too long for this. Even though we're doing a bunch of explaining at the start, so And on 4.01, we see a negotiator, in this case, set up with a group of chests with obliterate, a Cheska backpack with vigilance, the other 4 pieces being negotiator. Negotiator did, of course, get a few changes to it, and they were all well, they got one big change to it, which was the backpack. And the backpack received a bonus going from increasing the spread damage from 2 other targets from 60 to 100 was the old value. The new value is from 60 to 112%. So we gain basically 12% more on the spread amounts. That does make it a lot more usable than it used to be, and it was already very usable. Situationally, you could definitely go with it. For a general build, though, I quite often enjoy having it in this setup, but then as well, I have a Negotiator ND recommended folder where we basically have of the variants that we have in there with obliterate and then focus, both with and without the backpack. Situationally, you might lean one, situationally, you might lean another, and we'll see actually in a minute that I'm kind of set up to take advantage of both. And then, yeah, and, this one then, yeah, is set up here, for instance, as well. With a lot of the builds, we'll see them with Lexingtons. That, of course, is, yeah, the high-end AR go-to nowadays. If we take it now into the game, what we'll see, first of all, is that, yeah, loadout-wise, the loadouts as they are on the build collection, that's 4.01 as this, for instance. Yeah, this is literally loadout 1 on character 4. That is basically how that counting goes, and it goes, of course, all the way up to 4.16 on the build collection, and then, yeah, 4.16 is that, as we'll see in a little bit. What you might have already noticed there is that I'm saving it with 5 pieces of Negotiator. Now, of course, we wouldn't ever want to run it this way, but actually saving builds this way, as we've already shown with some of the other characters, I do this quite often, where we have 5 pieces or even maybe 6 pieces available, as we'll see in a second with Striker. In this case, the chest of Negotiator, the gear set chest, is not very useful, so we're just leaving that one out. We don't want to have that opportunity at all. But yeah, the backpack, as we kind of talked about, if we're going to go more vigilance, we have better single target damage. If we're going Negotiator backpack, we have better spread damage, especially now the increase of that amount actually makes the spread damage much more viable as well, and just much more effective. And it depends really on the situation, what I want to run. And that's why it's saved this way. So I could go, if I wanted the backpack, go with a Coyote, and then I have the backpack basically there as my piece. And then as well, actually, for instance, the Negotiator mask here is with the stats needed to kind of drop that. I could, for instance, as well, instead of the backpack, go, yeah, as we had the build picture with the Cheska, I could even put it in a memento, for instance, if I wanted to run it with a memento, maybe much more for solo. And of course, yeah, putting on or not, putting the backpack on or not, kind of really depends more on what I'm doing. So, for instance, in more so legendary or something, if I wanted to run Negotiator, there, yeah, the backpack, there's a bunch of big targets. We can kind of get some spread going that way. If I were to, for instance, more so do solo bounties, I might go with the Vigilance backpack, where generally in the end there'll be a name to left, basically, and we won't have that many targets to spread to, so having a little bit more single target damage there helps a little. And then, yeah, Negotiator is well worth having as a build. In the red styles, it is one of the harder hitting ones, and especially trying to get those marks going and such is, I find that's quite enjoyable. Playing something basically different than just shoot the enemy and you get more damage, Striker and Heartbreaker style. In this, you really have to get into that mindset of marking multiple enemies, shooting, picking what you shoot, picking what you mark, because there's definitely, you can improve your output and improve your results by actually really thinking about what you're doing. And I quite enjoy that with builds like Negotiator. And yeah, getting it together is pretty easy. It is all red pieces, of course, as we have it here. If you were to want to have a few blues, yeah, you would need to find a few blues or places where you can, have crit damage or crit chance, and then flip the core. Although you would generally want crit damage as a gear set, of course, has crit chance, and you will kind of overflow in crit chance if you don't watch out. Yeah, it is pretty easy to get together with just whatever chest you kind of have. You can kind of mess around with it. Well worth having, and yeah, in a all-out form, it is very, very powerful. $4.45, but yeah, we much better. I feel that was much better. Yeah, so that's That's that one. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. I was about to say 5. And moving on to 4.02, as with all my other characters kind of on the build collection at the release, the 0.2 build is strikers on them, and that is basically the go-to red build that I would kind of need to do some of the contents like incursions and stuff. So basically each of my characters has one. Usually what they have is it is shown in different variations. So for instance, character 1 is a chest AR, character 2 is an obliterate AR, character 3 is a chest SMG, this is, and then on character 4 here we have obliterate SMG, just to kind of show different variants and such. Here as well, showing it still with the Oreo, for instance, here, even though actually in a second we'll see I'm not running that anymore, and this build picture might get an update because of that a little bit in the future. Although Oreo is still okay to run. But then yeah, here we have basically the strikers with backpack, and then just in an obliterate setup for SMGs where we're going Grupo. The striker backpack, of course, did get a change to it. It went from being for 100 stacks, being 100 and 1.0 multiplier, basically, or well, 2.0 multiplier. It is now, from that is a 1.9 multiplier. So it went from 100% increase to a 90% increase for the same 100 stacks. So we still have to stack just as much, but we gain less out of it. It's still, for me, the backpack is still overall the way to go, unless you're going for glass. If you want to go glass, going with the sacrifice and then the gift is definitely an option, but you can also go just sacrifice plus coyote. With those changes, though, Striker didn't per se change much in its feel. It is definitely noticeable that we have a little bit less damage there, together with some of the weapons kind of course, being lowered, especially in the SMG category, and then as well the Ouroboros heavily by itself, of course. But as a tool, it is still, yeah, it is still a very important one to have. If we take it back into the game as well, we'll see actually it is nowadays saved with an attack vector, although I'm not sure if this attack vector is already optimized. It is actually. And then here, usually if I have a coyote on the build, I'll usually have a replacement piece saved, as this is how the build is saved with this Cheska piece. But then as well, as we were kind of discussing earlier, having the other parts, because to me, it isn't a discussion about do I run obliterate chest or striker chest, or do I want a different backpack or not. I want to have all those options, basically, because situationally, I might go more with the chest striker. Situationally, I might want to definitely step away from it and go with obliterate. I want to maybe try out different exotics in it, or for instance, having contractors for an LMG version. I have all 6 pieces, basically, on me at all time. These aren't actually saved in any other loadout as well, and they're just there as swapping pieces as I need them. Because if I want to go chest striker, then yeah, I have the pieces to kind of go that route. And then, for instance, yeah, we'll put in a coyote here, and then usually on the glove slot is the place where I then have replacement pieces. Although actually, it turns out not on character 4, it's the holster, isn't it, on her? Yeah. So I have here, for instance, a Cheska and a Grupo holster that is just here to kind of swap in as needed. As yeah, for instance, this would be much more an incursion setup to go with this. Strikers, of course, is very easy to farm and a very important build to kind of have. That's also why each of my characters has one. It is their core red build kind of. The first 4 characters also have high-end build together with that. Even though that doesn't always get used much, still like having them around. But yeah, Strikers just being the go-to kind of red build. You kind of need it, and yeah, it's very easy to get together, and yeah, core to basically any character of mine. 406, okay, that's fine, especially with showing the 6 piece. And they're game like a rookie. I like the name. That's it. For those coming in, I'm recording if you've seen them already, maybe the build collection updates for per character, basically. Anyway, we usually record them on stream, as I kind of always enjoy doing that, and we're doing that now. So yeah, this is for character 4. We're going basically through all of the 4-point builds, so 4.01 till 4.16. And I'm basically trying to hit a target of at most 5 minutes, preferably less than 4 minutes per build. And especially a lot of builds can be just done in under 4 minutes. And on each of them as well. I'm going to explain first what has kind of changed maybe about them with, you know, season changes, and then what it's for and how easy or hard it is to get together. So people have been enjoying them, even though they don't get that much view counts, but I don't care that much about them. The people that have seen them have been very positive about them. So. Since hardware has changed, would you consider changing build window from chess? Oh, 2 status effect. Not really. One status effect wouldn't be that useful. The thing is, that's like I would be more inclined to like put crit chance there, honestly. Although, well, we're not per se maining the capacitor, right? The thing is, like, one status effect, and it would just really apply to the hive, right? And at that point, because I'm using the cluster seekers, they're not going to status effect. There isn't much to gain there. Like, if we were to main max it, or if we were to consider to min-max it, honestly, I'd likely just put hazard protection or something. Just a little bit of survivability in a decent way. Because it being glass as well, you melt when getting hit by any incoming bleed rounds or flame rounds or stuff like that. But yeah, likely I would just keep it skill haste. That skill haste also will not be doing much. Because the mods on it are also, I think, skill haste, right? So yeah, there isn't really much to put there. We'll think about it while we're doing this one. Yeah, let me. I have a mask as a. Okay, where is this from? That's from Twitter. The ever-present beast. I would red builds quite often, yeah. Although you might as well. Actually, this season's holster is also a really good piece, but I'm avoiding using it much till it gets fixed, basically. Currently, it is doing things that seem at the very least, it's not in the text that it's going to do that, so it seems unintentional because. Yeah, let's get this one in the bag. So 4.03. As we come to 4.03, and this one is the glass red, one of the last remaining ones. Actually, in the past, instead of strikers on every character, what I used to have is actually a form of high-end red, of course, as most did. Most of my characters as well had an obliterate setup and then a red setup. And then, of course, if for the glass red, sacrifice gift is kind of the go-to. Not much changed with this, of course. We did get a reduction, basically, to all of the 3 bonuses from Providence. The headshot and the crit damage went from 15 to 13. The gift, the second piece, Providence, kind of in the same way as Cheska, went from 10 to 8. So it did get hit a little bit there. but nothing of major change. It did definitely reduce the output a tiny bit. But yeah, overall, this build as a setup did not change that much. One of the niceties that we kind of now have as well is a lot more weapons with mods, or well, the mod slots especially being now the 10 crit damage being much more usable than it used to be. Instead of the 5 crit damage versus 5 crit chance on the weapons, going to 10 crit damage versus 5 crit chance, which is now kind of balanced that way. One of the things that it does allow is actually more choices for the weapons, because we can actually go crit damage mods on there, especially for instance with the Lexington. And yeah, if we take this into the game and kind of look at on the character, we'll see again, actually, yeah, the Lexington actually lives in my stash, so I do grab it when I need it, but this one then is saved actually with a shield splinter here, a weapon that isn't per se worth using that much anymore, but they have different ARs if I wanted to swap that out. That's not too big of an issue. Sometimes just save it with what weapons, just to also sometimes have those weapons around. And yeah, this one doesn't have anything special. Even the Coyote actually is already saved with the build, instead of, for instance, having a Grupo piece here at the ready. Although what I do have, for instance, is the opportunity to have this Providence mask, although I would have to re-mod it, and then I have like a Grupo here if I really wanted to like get rid of the Coyote. Nowadays as well, having the option to go with those crit damage mods has really opened up a bunch of other weapons. In the past, we would usually go like with the F2000 with these high-end reds. In the past, landing on 54 with that, because if you were to go with a 3-mod weapon or a weapon that can take 15 crit chance, then yeah, you were kind of wasting that. Nowadays, though, yeah, we can go with things like the Fall or even the FAMAS, and then get 1 crit damage mod on there, and of course Lexington in the same way as well. And yeah, this build is not too hard to get together. We do have 2 names. One of the names is kind of hard. The gift is being a DZ named. You wouldn't want to, for instance, per se, go farming for this outright or such, but this could also just be a Cheska backpack with vigilance. The perfect vigilance being 3 seconds instead of 4 seconds is a increase, is improvement, but it's not the make or break of this build. So yeah, I could go with other choices, but of course, yeah, we're going for Contractors, Fox, Sacrifice, and then a piece of Providence Coyote. The Coyote is generally, as an exotic, not too hard to get, especially for newer players, because also if you don't have the Catharsis, that still will not drop unless you have the blueprint. So it's actually just 2 masks in that exotic loot pool. So it does come up quite often, especially for newer players where they only have Val and Coyote in their exotic loot pool for mask. So when you target loot mask and you get an exotic, it's a 50-50 at that point, right? Sacrifice is pretty easy to get. This is an LZ named, so Light Zone named, as opposed to being DZ Dark Zone named. And yeah, this means that it drops basically everywhere on the PvE end as well. With the setup, you would want to go, with Perfect Glass. So you wouldn't want to go with, for instance, here an Obliterate Providence version. If you're going that route, going Cheska, Fenris, Grupo instead of these 3 Providence pieces would be much more way to go. Where you're giving up this headshot damage, but you're gaining then basically that 10 weapon damage from Fenris. Overall, a build well worth having. Situationally, this is kind of useful. Its damage is much more upfront. So for instance, for some fights that you want to be quick with, basically, or are quick, or you want really damage upfront, because that's kind of important, the Summit Floor 100 Hunters kind of come to mind. That's generally the place. If I'm on this character, I will definitely pull this out, where we have a little bit more upfront damage. Now, of course, we give up top-end damage that Strikers would have, but having that upfront damage to kind of quickly kill one, can be a game changer. And I quite usually, this is the build that I go into that fight with. Well worth having, still nowadays a high-end red. And yeah, it is still one that is definitely going to stick around, if nothing else, for just nostalgia's sake. $5.24. Wow, I messed that up. Yeah, I was already thinking like I'm going way too long. Yeah, let's retry that. Let's retry that. That's way too long for that. I went like way too in depth in some of the parts. I was like, what am I talking about here? Why am I going in this in depth? We're not doing a build showcase by itself. yeah, we'll save that one. If we mess this one up, we'll go with that one. Yeah, let's also actually back camera day 4.03. Coming to 4.03, we have the standard Gen 1 glass high-end red perfect glass cannon version together here with the gift as well. This is one of the old standards. Still to this day works quite well. It is like the lightsaber. It is a bygone weapon of a more or from a more elegant age. Yeah, it is just Contractor's Fox gift sacrifice. Here we're just not just the holster is not named. Otherwise, everything would be named together with the coyote. There, we could go with also put a named weapon or a Scorpio there, for instance, and then everything would be named. This setup, of course, is very much more upfront damage than, for instance, the Strikers or Heartbreakers or builds like that have kind of mechanics to them. This one basically has its damage all the way up front. It can lose a little bit of damage when Vigilance kind of gets lost, but overall still worth having because of its upfront damage for certain situations. What did change about this, of course, is that the 3 pieces of Providence, basically all 3 pieces kind of got hit. All of the 15 crit damages on brand bonuses went to 13. All of the 15 headshots went to 13 as well. So both of those are in here. And as well, the Cheska and the second beast Providence going from 10 crit chance to just 8 did actually hit it a little bit. Overall, though, versus high-end obliterates, having the obliterates kind of go down a little bit to 20%, I feel it's much more worthwhile if you're going high-end to kind of go the glass version anyway as well with it. Here's what I'm kind of showing. Yeah, a lot of the builds will show up with Lexington. I don't really have the Lexington on any of my characters. It is kind of in the stash because I only have 2 of them, of course. That doesn't mean that I just grab it when I need it, because I actually, if we go into the game, we see that it is actually build-wise saved in that way, but it is just saved here with the shield splinter. Not per se a weapon I would grab for this really anymore. The reason this used to be the go-to, this or just an F2000 was kind of the go-to for high-end reds, was that we wouldn't want 3 crit chance mods on the weapon, and that was really, of course, our only course of action if we for the mod slots. Kind of we went crit chance mods and then a magazine increase. Now, of course, the crit damage mods being 10 instead of 5 as they were has made them much more viable. So we could actually, with the Lexington there, we have 1 crit damage mod and 2 crit chance mods landing on the same 52, but then of course, yeah, getting a little bit more crit damage out of it. The F2000 and such had compensation basically in its base damage that kind of made up for that. And this used to be then the go-to to kind of go with these kind of weapons that had 1 mod less, but had enough compensation on their base damage to kind of make it fit a little bit better, especially for that coyote that we have, of course. And yeah, that is a decent change because, yeah, I would very much more if, well, Lexington, of course, but even if I'm going FAMAS, for instance, nowadays, going FAMAS and then putting a crit damage mod, putting 2 crit chance mods, 1 crit damage mod, and the magazine slot on it. That way, you kind of land on the same 52, and other weapons are also kind of useful with this. It is, of course, pretty easy build to get together overall. The names that we have in here aren't too hard to get. Well, Shield Splinters are from a specific source, of course. This is from doing the Hunters, the DC Hunter set. The gift is really the only item that is hard or would be considered hard to get here. It is a DZ named, but also not per se needed. This could be replaced with just a Providence backpack with Vigilance, or even a Cheska backpack with Vigilance. And then the holster would then need to be replaced with Grupo. We can replace these with other things, and yeah, this just goes from 4 seconds disable to 3 seconds for the perfect version. It does make a difference because we're basically doing 1 second earlier the DPS of the build that we would do with Vigilance. We're getting a whole extra second with it when it comes back, but it isn't too meaningful of a change. Well worth having as a build. I do like having this as a setup. as there are places where you want that upfront damage. For instance, some of the hunter fights and stuff. I find that actually it's much easier to do them if I'm choosing to do them with a red build, which quite often I'm usually going to just pick a PFE just for laziness. But if I wanted to do them with a red build, I would much more consider something like this, a glass red that has the damage up front instead of a strikers, which needs to kind of stack. And in that stacking time, against rogues, against hunters, they get time to kind of set up. Whereas if I'm taking this, for instance, against the Summit Summit Floor 100 Hunters, I'm likely going to kill one very quickly with a setup like this. I would just run in with a Scorpio, for instance, stun lock them and kind of just murder them. And then we go from a 2 versus 1 to a 1 versus 1. And even though my top end damage is less, overall, I'll do better. Yeah, let's move on to the next. There we go. Same 5. Fuck it, it's fine. Fuck it, it's fine. The story, the IKEA story.
Yeah, it can happen. So let me get some music going for you.
Gear together there. There's a hide behind the FAMAS. Stability. FAMAS just overall hits is has consistently been one of the hardest hitters in the high-end ARs. Now only really outclassed by the Lexington. But yeah, no, stability is pretty bad. It pulls up pretty hard. It is pretty accurate though. Its shots do go on the spot that you aim at, but keeping that aim point on the spot is kind of a little bit harder. But if I'm well, before Project Resolve, like it didn't get a buff, and everything else, or well, not everything else, a bunch of stuff around it got a buff, and it was still the top pick. Like that's how ahead it was. And even now, it is very much the top burster, excluding the Lexington. It's fine, yeah. Why no one likes the ninja backpack? Overall, it's not very useful. I have 2 builds in the build collection that use them. As a piece, giving up a backpack talent, we don't really have enough brand bonuses outside of rifles and MMRs. And that's the 2 builds that I have. It's no surprise. But yeah, for such things like ARs or such, we don't have enough brand bonuses or anything to make up for a loss of a backpack talent. Like a backpack talent is really strong. And the thing also is just people then go like, you know, this is the best damage build with a ninja bike, and people have to correct them, and then because of that, it has a bad you know, it has a bad reputation at this point. Because one thing you could do is, yeah, just put like in a bunch of builds, like even in a high end or something, you could go in a high end red, you could go with a ninja bike and get decent-ish results, but overall, a memento also exists. But that's also the thing, like memento kind of just outdoes it. Because especially on the damage end, yeah, just ninja bike can't beat backpack talents with its like with what it does. Enough again where the slot takes it. Yeah. At least not in damage, because yeah, you can make it worthwhile in weapon handling or such, especially for rifles. But yeah, that is not usually the thing we kind of optimize for. And then as well, the place you would kind of maybe do that for in solo play, yeah, memento also exists, and memento kind of has very useful bonuses. Yeah. And yeah, it's just not just that as well, of just like people thinking that it's good. It's also a lot of people saying that it's good. It's giving it a bit of a bad reputation. Just yeah, it's one of those easy places where somebody like goes like, I have the best build, and then they start listing things, and there's a ninja bike in there, and you go like, Or well, usually as well, they go like this is like a super high damaging build. It's just like, okay, let me make it make more damage for you here. Here's just vigilance on a brand and just you do more damage. Yeah, how do you get gold camo for the F2000? I'm not sure. This one was from a season, I think, right? I don't think I bought this one, but yeah, this is a gold stand. This one is from this season, right? I think. Or last season. This one was like more recent, this fluoro diversion. This other one also, I think, was from a season. When I say season, I mean the premium track of the season. Is this one this season or last season? I should remember. I mean, I could go look in the thing, but or in this season track. It's slightly lower performing PvE, but incredibly strong PvP. Yeah, and the thing, well, it's not incredibly strong. It's much more useful there, and the reason is that blue and that yellow. One of the things is that generally you do gain actually something for the loss in damage as well, and that is more so in like, yeah, getting, you know, accuracy and reload speed or something from like Fenris, or accuracy from Fox's Prayer or stuff like that. You get more utility things. But then also what you get is a blue and a yellow core, which on the PvE end, if you're going for that blue and the yellow core, the memento is just too good for that, especially with skill efficiency as well, if you're using it for a shield and stuff. But then the PvP end is much more about, you know, blue. You're going all blue anyway, so that blue is not a loss to begin with. From the season Incursion came out. Okay. So, GNC there. Coming in with the answer. I see the Alvin and the Gilded Cage. Oh, yeah, actually, yeah. That was all, like, all together with that, right? Because this also came in from that season, indeed. This one I remember, yeah, being the Murray season, and then, yeah, the Murray ACS one, which I always love using as well. Yeah, kind of seems fitting that it was from that. Or like seems to fit together indeed. Sure, non-talent piece would be nice, or if it's completely maxed out, the brand bonus. Yeah. We'll see actually if they like. The thing is as well, it's like not completely unusable. It's just generally just on PvE end especially, like if it's for a solo setups and stuff. Like if it's in a group setting, you don't need it already to begin with. Just, you know, you can go for damage because you have people around you to help out. But and then yeah, if it's solo, memento just does what it does but better. Although, if we were to have like basically one more like good applying bonus for rifles, we could maybe go with that for it. But even there, like, yeah, it's not too great. Let me catch up here. Okay. As yeah, Ninja Bake, the best. A lot of people don't know how to make a good build with it. That's a fact. No, plenty of people know how to make good builds with it. And like, for instance, for myself as well, I have two builds that I would consider. One of them I would consider good. The other one is usable. But yeah, it just does not have the bonuses. That's kind of the thing. But yeah, trying to... it's definitely not the best. That's also why it doesn't get used that much. But yeah, people like you saying those kind of things, that's where that reputation comes from. So don't do that. You can definitely go, it's usable. But yeah, people going, it's the best, and then people having to go like, no, it's not, and then having to explain the whole deal with it, and then by proxy, we start disliking the Ninja Bike because, you know. But yeah, if you believe that, yeah, honestly, it's good on you. Good for you. Many ways to this PvP damage has immune without ninja back now. Yeah, although, well, the thing is, do you always need to be hazard immune? This is the thing. But yeah, especially for hazard immunity, yeah, PvP hazard immunity. But that is like one kind of setup, right? Like that doesn't make it like it's not the only piece to use still there. There's plenty of good ninja builds. It better. On a real way to get an Empress Guard blueprint. Nice. Oh yeah, indeed. You'll get the blueprints eventually. You get them all. This for solo game. Well, the thing is, like for solo, yeah, Memento just has overall more utility than it as well. You get the same blue and the yellow. You get the regen. You get the skill efficiency. You got 30 weapon damage once it's charged up. The thing is with the Memento though, you need to charge it up, which like for PvP is just like conflict is completely unusable. In DZ you can kind of use it, but you know you'll lose it after the first fight if you get into after the first death. But yeah, on PvE and you know you just charge it up and it's there. Something good one is a rifle one, yeah. The high end headhunter tech tank. But basically the one build I would consider good with the is the ninja. No, this is not the right one. It's this one. It's 5 point something. Because I have a Memento version that's on character. But yeah, this one just for how much weapon handling it has and how quickly you can just reload the the thingy. Also for this season, no regen kind of eats into Memento. So yeah, for instance, for this season, like if you want to run no regen and you know Memento doesn't do anything, you could lean more towards ninja bike builds. But then also you have high-end backpacks, right? That's the thing. Like you could just also just put a Cheska Vigilance there, basically. Well, not here, right? On a normal red build. But for instance, in this situation as well, just being able to jump to safe houses and stuff and not lose the Memento. And then as well, yeah, we have so much weapon handling on this, so much more than the Memento version, because I also have a Memento version. Because the other one I have is like that MMR thing, and that's just more, I just made it because people were saying it's so good, and it's not bad. It's okay. Like it can reach high enough to kill a purple to start with, which is all you can need from a build. Yeah. Oh, actually, I wasn't even showing the browser. Never mind. Whoopsie, I thought it was there. But yeah, I was showing so yeah, 5 points. What is it? 5 points. Like this, honestly, this is the only build I would consider good with the ninja bike. Oh, it's 5 points. How do I keep losing this thing? Oh, it's because, is it by the tech tank? No. Oh, here. Yeah. Wait, this is kind of the... And yeah, it's just because it has so much weapon handling on a weapon that can use it as well, where we can reload super fast, you know. But then also, yeah, I have that MMR one, which is kind of... Honestly, I would just go hotshot. The only reason I really have that build, or this build, basically this 211, is just to not have another hotshot. But it's not per se good. Yeah, let's go back to where we were. Actually, where were we? Okay, got in sidetracked. Let me catch up here quickly, and then we'll kind of quickly go and continue on. And either Andy. Here we're glad Sandra. Welcome in. Parkour is live, yeah. You make any build with different gears that nothing to do, it's easy. any build with different gears, that's nothing to do. It's easy. Could you clarify? I don't believe I understand what you're going for there. The game got really bad with modifiers. How? Because I kind of like them. The game got super easy with the modifiers, but that's like my issue with them. But that's not per se like bad. Regular by the Ninja MMR is relevant to the hot chat. Just said that. Yeah. And it's literally that build is only there as well, just because a lot of people were bringing up how good it was. So I just wanted to just try it out. And I was like, you know what? I wouldn't mind. Well, back then it was character 1. For character 1 to like have a MMR headhunter. I was like, yeah, I'll hold on to this one. Because the only thing it really has is just the blue and the yellow. Like it has 2 cores, or 2 other cores there. But yeah, I can't use a shield with the MMRs. At least with the rifle setup, kind of similar. That way you're using the blue and the yellow with a shield, hopefully. But it has enough firepower to start on a purple, which is, it's usable. Hey, there's any. I'm still kind of stuck on this one. I can make any build with different gears. That's nothing to do with different gear. That's easy. I'm like trying to even like try to like run it through what kind of typos or maybe like different languages in that. I would say that. But yeah, seeing as that's most likely in defense of the ninja bike. I'm not expecting too much. Yeah, let's go to 4.04. Yeah. should I just do a silly build, or a silly joke? Basically, just going to 4.04. Oh, build isn't found. On to 4.05. Yeah, you know what? Let's. Do I have a black one? I mean, of course I have a black one. I have this one. Yeah. Are they side by side? Just so I can click through here. Yeah, let's go with this one. And we're moving on to build 4.04, and yeah, 404 build not found. On to the next one, right? Yeah, let's not. Let's go to the actual 4.04. We have here the half healer, the FI version of it. We already on character 3 saw a different half healer set up as from high-end pieces, basically. This one is the FI equivalent of that. This one then heals quite a bit less than that other one that we kind of saw. But then, of course, we're bringing in the group buff of FI. Not much changed for FI, and basically nothing really changed for this build. The only real change that kind of will matter here is that the lefty got reduced from being 40% to when enemies are hit by your grenade, 40% for you and all your allies, and yeah, importantly as well, it is still all allies as well. It got reduced to 20%, so yeah, it's went from a 40% group buff to a 20% group buff. But we did also get the mosquito now as a tool alongside of that, where we can also apply a 25% separate multiplier to lefty kind of, and as well still to armor and armor plates. But we can apply, for instance, mosquito and then lefty them on top of that. And here as well, we're going with opportunistic, and then 4 pieces of FI, kind of in the classic FI setup. Although all of these pieces are with a skill damage, and then here even 1 record to a red here. We're triggering opportunistic both off of the MMR and the shotgun. I feel a lot of people forget that MMRs also can apply it. And then what this has is that, yeah, it has a 6-tier hive that is actually skill hasted basically by the BTSU. It has some repair skill kind of backing it up, making it that it does heal for decent amounts. Then we have also a 6-tier drone, and in this case we also have for that 5 skill damages to go with that. Only the BTSU not having a skill damage basically, meaning that the turret also hits decently hard, not of course as hard as some other builds. This used to be kind of a support build for alongside of turret drone builds. We used to kind of use this quite often in the past. Nowadays though, of course, with turret drones builds kind of being they used to always be a little bit outclassed by the high-end reds. They're a lot outclassed by some of the gear set reds that we have nowadays in Strikers and in Heartbreaker and in Negotiator and stuff like that. So yeah, we don't use this that much anymore. I still kind of have it. It might be up for being maybe on the chopping block in the future. It is a decently easy build to get together. If you can, the FI pieces are easily farmable. The cores, we can basically keep them that way. The setup would be the only really hard piece to get in here, but the setup also, if you have all of the crafting blueprints, eventually you'll have its crafting blueprints from control points. BTSU in there, and then yeah, the lefties and such are not that hard to get as well. Overall, a build that isn't that useful to me anymore. I don't grab it often. It used to, yeah, very much be a support build, basically much more set up to help drone builds. Because one thing we can go with as well is instead of the healing hive, so what we used to actually have is quite often as well, both of the healing half healers, both the other version that we had with Overwatch and such, with the high ends, that would then also run the healing hive, and then this would run an artificer with the turret drone. Or with the turret, and then that artificer would apply to all of the things that are deployed as well, and that actually worked pretty well. So that those two together with two just turret drone builds could actually get through a DUA in like 25 minutes, which is still to this day not the worst times as well. There's plenty of people that struggle with red builds getting those kind of times. But yeah, it's very somewhat usable, and yeah, we would definitely as well consider a Scorpio in it, and it is kind of saved in that way as well. On the build, there isn't much variation to be had here. I am actually hiding a different weapon underneath the Scorpio here, for instance, as yeah, I do have an SVD basically at the ready, together with then in this case an AR just as an extra, but yeah, we're not. Sometimes I do basically use some slots that will definitely become either Scorpio or Lefty for some other weapons, basically. I wouldn't per se run that one. I went to the build way too late. How long was that? 4:45. This doesn't need to be 4:45. I'm kind of already in a rambling mode. Let's maybe go through it a lot faster. I'm still from yesterday in kind of build showcase mode, or like the so looking, know what you're talking about. Oh yeah. That would be funny actually, just actually that would good, yeah. Yes, we could indeed go with blue screen. Well, we'll start with the joke again as well. What will they run a legendary zone title for the last max kind of PFE build? You mean just the boss fight at the end? Because it's gonna depend like more on teammate. Usually for all of the things we would just run 3 strikers and a eclipse, a foam eclipse. But then in that case, for instance, the foam eclipse would definitely, for that last room, it would definitely be foam plus BTSU and a healing hive, just to top everybody off a little bit. But yeah, just striker reds. But then also we would just do the cheese likely on Zoo. For Tidal, so for Tidal you could run a PFE, for instance, yeah, for that last fight. We generally still don't. We get by with that. But for both of those fights, yeah, having an eclipse there with instead of being like full foam, being foam plus heal, basically being BTSU plus healing hive and then foam. That kind of has been our go-to. Because PFE, for instance, in Untitled, the last boss, it can go like to the back and get the last turret. But it's not that useful outside that. Oh yeah, let's do 404. Actually, yeah, what was the gear set from 1? That is like kind of not popular. I mean, I know the gear sets from 1, but what is like a not popular one that nobody ever like thinks about anymore? I don't know, let's just keep it easy. We'll just go with 404 to build not found. And with 4.04, we come, of course, up to an error, 404, build not found. So yeah, on to the next one, right? Yeah, no, let's actually discuss this build briefly. Here we have the FI half healer. We already saw a half healer setup kind of on character 3, where we had one with high-end setup. This one is, of course, then with FI here, with 4 pieces of FI, a setup backpack, BTSU, a marksman rifle for opportunistic, a shotgun for opportunistic, in this case as well, SVD with in sync for our turret, and then lefty for just doing sledge things, of course. Then here as well, important to kind of discuss the changes that did come in. Actually, the build itself did not change much. All of these are still kind of the same. The lefty went from a 40% group buff to basically a 20% group buff. It is still a group buff, even though its text is incorrect, which we'll kind of touch on in the future with the wrong update to the wrong text. Because yeah, it does say nowadays just for the person who marked, but yeah, no, in testing it shows that it isn't. It is the entirety of the team. Basically anybody shooting at the enemy. It's a debuff on the enemy. We're putting that here as well with the mosquito, because the mosquito did get changed as well to have a group buff component to it as well. A 25% one. And that one's actually pretty useful together with this. What this build used to be is basically a support build for turret and drone builds. And yeah, it could run either a healing hive or an artificer, helping either the skills kind of do more damage or helping the player stay alive. Here with its own turret, here the turret as well is backed up by 5 skill damages. So it does have a little bit of oomph to it, especially when we in sync up as well here. And then applying, of course, opportunistic for the team, giving the FI buff, keeping everybody kind of topped off with the healing. It was kind of somewhat useful in the past, especially when turret drones ran a little bit more than nowadays, I feel. Because nowadays, back in the day, the turret drones were not too far behind high-end reds. Like it was okay running them. It was a little bit slower, but more comfortable. Nowadays, against things like the gear set reds, strikers, negotiators, heartbreakers, they don't match up well enough. So yeah, I haven't been running this that much. If we dig it into the game, we see that it actually is saved kind of in that same way. Although actually I am hiding that that there's an extra AR kind of saved here. I would never really run this AR for this build, but what I have this in here for is well, before the Lexington existed, to kind of have a fall for a Heartbreaker tech tank, which is on this character, as we'll see later. But then, yeah, I would basically always run either a Scorpio or a Lefty, as we kind of had it on the build picture there as well. Putting this build together isn't that hard. You wouldn't even need this this red core here, for instance. This could just be all yellow and then foregoing, for instance, as well. The reason I have that red and it's a recorable place as well is that I can either go I can even go either go survivalist for a little bit more healing, or technician to also have artificer, as we kind of saw there. In the past, we used to actually run like 2 of these half healers together with 2 drone builds through just DUA and stuff. And DUA was basically with that like a 25 to max 30-minute ordeal, and very consistent. That was kind of the nice thing about that. Nowadays, of course, we pretty consistently just do it in like 15 minutes with 3 strikers and a foam eclipse. But yeah, back in the day, those didn't exist yet, not to that degree, not strikers as we have them now. So it was worthwhile back then, but yeah, I haven't been using this build that much anymore. 339, much better. That's what that build deserves. Stuffs and things indeed. Yeah, let's close that one. And bring up this one. Because that one is the drill AR and invisible hand AR valuable. Drill is actually pretty usable. There's some shenanigans you can do with it as well at the moment with turret and drone. it seems to basically the turret and drone activated. But if you get basically kill outside of this range, or like 20 meters, we got so many new ranges in there. Whatever the range of it is. If you get a kill outside of that, the turret and the drone can actually, if they hit enemies within under that range, they will actually activate for themselves the drill talent, and then they have that bonus. And that bonus can be, of course, like 70%. It is basically, it is per kill stack. It is 35% per kill stack, which it doesn't explain well. So it basically can be a 75% for the turret and drone, which is actually pretty powerful that way. But that'll hopefully get buffed, or hopefully get fixed, because that's kind of too strong. Well, it shouldn't apply to ballistic skills at all anyway. But yeah, Invisible Hand is just, it is actually not the worst AR. But yeah, with Measured and Killer having gotten big buffs, it is mostly as well that it's on an AUG, and an AUG kind of sucks to shoot. That's like really, it's basically behind Measured and Killer on better weapons, and then it's also a weapon that kind of sucks to shoot. Does Mosquito work in PvP? No idea, actually. What does it say when we toggle PvP stats? This talent has no functionality against enemy agents. I try to forcefully. I think it does nothing then. Yeah, it doesn't even say the. Yeah, the 25% more damage thing. It doesn't even say that. I'm looking in the game. I should show this maybe. But yeah, if you toggle PvP, so yeah, here you can toggle. So when you're in this other state, you're in PvP stats basically. Yeah, it doesn't even have like the text about armor stuff. But yeah, this talent has no functionality against enemy agents. They thought of everything. Also, some dickhead came up and gave me a clan invite. Simple mates. You know what? For once, because yeah, I find it extra funny when people invite you to a clan that is already open. Like I could join this if I want, like without the invite anyway. But yeah, at least this one is at least private. Oh, it was Salt. Okay, you know what? Can't be mad at that. It's like, hey, that name seems familiar. They found me. First things, yeah. No, I mean they were mostly likely talking about the damage buff. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. I need the public. Yeah, let's go back here. Next up, Eclipse. Eclipse. Yeah, let's just get going. It's 4.05, as I wanted to say 3. 4.05. 05s on most of my characters, except character 1 actually, is usually Eclipse, as all of my characters do have an Eclipse setup, either in fire or in this case foam setup as we have it here. Although all of them are kind of set up as well to kind of be able to swap from, for instance, in this case, from foam to fire, and my fires as well to foams just by having some of the pieces in my stash. Eclipse, of course, didn't change much at all. Again, just the lefty changes, the Scorpio changes kind of did hit it a little bit. But overall, yeah, it is still what it was before. None of the tools as well that it kind of gear-wise uses got any real changes. Perpetuation did get actually a pretty big buff and is actually much more usable than it, at least in my opinion. I just generally just I like this combo quite a lot. We could put it on the pistol, but I also like having Future Perfect there. It is basically that we're too spoiled for choice, and yeah, we can go with several other things. And then yeah, on this character, it is specifically shown as with a foam eclipse. If we actually take this into the game, and we see there that it is actually saved as a foam eclipse as well, and kind of as the build picture, but in the same way as with strikers, or as we kind of were talking about. Having the ability to swap things around. I actually have at all times an Eclipse backpack on me that can slot into that backpack slot. I have a Val on this character as well that can slot in. If I now basically swap this foam to fire, that's my fire, and then I'll grab a Stinger Hive as well, just because, you know, set it up all the way. And yeah, now we're in Fire Eclipse. Although yeah, we are with this. Improvised glove with the skill haste here. This as well is actually for the foam side of things better than, of course, just putting a Hani U in there. We would only have 10%. Having a little bit more skill haste is kind of nice. So yeah, we do go with that improvised. We could, of course, also just go with Golden and then together with the Electric. Or actually on that we have the other backpack that I totally remember the name of, the Courier, of course, with Perfect Creeping Death. We could, of course, yeah, have this, for instance, also be Electric with normal Creeping Death. Although I would definitely recommend, as we already did, to go Perfect Creeping Death. This increase in range and the cooldown being much faster actually makes that much more usable. But yeah, we could have an Electric piece there, but for Fire Eclipse, this is also still fine. It's good enough, close enough, basically, that I can swap to being a Fire Eclipse quickly, because I like having that option. And then, yeah, it is saved as a foam. But most of our characters are kind of set up as that, so that we can have the rules. And I, of course, run Fire Eclipse quite a bit. Putting this build together is actually pretty easy in this case as well. For the Courier itself, if you're ever targeted Habsburg, you'll know that they'll drop quite a bit. You would need to find one to preferably recore here. You would want to have status effect and skill haste as well. Losing one of them is already a little bit of a loss. What you could go, though, is if you even have just the blue core and then one of the stats, you could actually go Technician with this. That works pretty well as well. Although having this Fire Grenade is kind of nice for especially the lefty. And overall, yeah, a pretty easy build to put together. The go-to, in my opinion, for Legendary. This is generally one of us will be running this, 3 strikers alongside of it. That's basically how we do all of the Legendaries we generally do. And then quite often what I would do is, for instance, swap in this BTSU for some of the harder fights together with a Healing Hive. And yeah, very much a core build to have. All of my characters have an Eclipse together with their strikers, and generally as well a PFE and a Tech Tank. That's kind of the builds that I need to have for a character for me to kind of be happy on them. And yeah, in this case, with a foam. $357, nice. Let's keep as many of them under 4 minutes as we can without, like, you know, too much. Like, giving up too much. Clan Vendor has Palisade gloves. Just 4 parts? Because that can indeed be handy. I haven't actually checked vendors yet. I haven't even checked. I haven't checked anything. We kind of just got started with this. We will afterwards. After this, we'll go get the vendors checked, and then also get the scouts in. Yeah. Let's keep this train moving. Choo choo. Choo choo. Yeah. I'm having fun. I know you're groaning, but I'm having fun. Yeah. 4.06. As we move to 4.06, on this case, the high-end turret drone hybrid. A little bit of a mouthful and also a little bit of a handful sometimes to kind of run. As what we're doing here is kind of setting up to go with basically a pretty powerful high-end build with that capacitor, and then together with that having a turret and drone. I quite like these kind of builds. They used to be actually very useful, especially back in the day, as they could outcompete on certain missions against glass reds and stuff. They kind of, as we kind of discussed, kind of pale in comparison to strikers of nowadays and such. So I find myself running them less, but still very useful to just have around. I quite often just grab these for like some solo play. Build-wise, not much did change. Of course, what we did get is just reductions to a bunch of stuff, including the Picaros. The Picaros ends up being in this setup, still the better pick for us to go with, for two reasons, actually. One is that, yeah, it still does overall the better damage, especially if we get that skill tier and we get to recoup basically a core because of that, having the brand bonus be one of the skill tiers. And what it also allows us to do is to have the red cores stay on, for instance, the sacrifice, and in this case as well, for instance, if we want to have a coyote instead of our memento, for instance, having a much easier time getting that coyote in there, because we basically can have more pieces with red core, so we don't have to recore them. And then, for instance, in my case as well, I get to reuse some of these pieces in other builds. If we take it into the game, we see actually that it isn't saved as the build picture shows there. What it is saved with is 3 pieces of Providence instead in these higher spots. And the reason for that is kind of in the same way as some of the other builds were set up. This is actually set up to either take the coyote, as the build picture also kind of showed. If we go back in the corner here, I also have like a coyote with the gift set up there. And yeah, it is set up to either take the coyote in this slot, in the mask slot, becoming that way. And this is actually a setup that if I'm, for instance, jumping around a little bit and I'm not going to keep those memento stacks going to safe houses and such, then I would much rather have the coyote. Or, for instance, if I were to grab this for fighting rogues, even though I generally wouldn't anymore, I have PFEs for that. But in the past, I would grab drone builds for rogues, as they work perfectly fine against rogues, not hunters, but rogues who do not hack them. And then, yeah, it's set up as well to go, of course, with the memento, because the memento is, of course, applying a lot of bonuses both to our weapon side and to our turret and drone. That's also where we go glass applying both to our turret and drone and to our weapon. That's kind of core to this as well. Getting this build together does require a little bit of farming sometimes, because yeah, we do want to have, for instance, to have this skill tier Fox's Prayer, the skill tier on this Brazos. The Picaros isn't too hard to get because yeah, we just need this to have the crit damage or crit chance that we need, and then we can record it. But this other Brazos piece generally also will require a bunch of resources to kind of get going. We have a memento in there, which is kind of sometimes harder farm. Capacitor, of course, is very easy to get on the other side, especially when starting out. You just do 5 summit challenges. And then, yeah, especially this, as we'll see in a minute as well with the other build that is kind of the counterpart to this. This 2-piece Brazos, even though on damage it is basically equivalent to keeping Cheska plus Fenris, if I remember correct, which we did the calculations on. It is basically just a tiny bit more damage. But then what it also allows us to have is one more red core on one of these pieces, making one of these pieces much easier to get. So that's one of the reasons to kind of also consider that, putting it this way. Wait, do I have 2 different gifts? Oh, yeah, because the other one can't be that way, right? Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. 4.07. And we also see more of that with 4.07. These 2 builds kind of live side by side in the build collection. This is the combat medic, the high-end combat medic, again as well with glass, and that's also to reuse pieces between the two builds on this character. Because yeah, we can either go to drone setup and we're kind of reusing the sacrifice, the Picaros, and the same Fox's Prayer kind of in between the two. Change-wise, of course, yeah, the capacitor became a little bit better than it used to be, just a tiny bit, basically. Just the base weapon became better. Its talents and stuff stayed the same. Picaros took a little bit of a hit, but still here as well, it is basically the go-to piece, especially because it lets us also get pretty easily a Fox's Prayer in here. And then here we see actually the benefit as well from this Brazos pieces, because while they're a little bit harder to get, and gain us just a tiny bit of damage, not too much anymore, because in the past with Picaros being 15, it was the clear choice. Here, yeah, you could consider going, for instance, Cheska plus Fenris. But then what we have is that these two pieces allow us to have a red sacrifice and a red gift. So a full red gift and a full red sacrifice, keeping those cores there red. That is actually, of course, a very big benefit. First of all, because they're easier to farm, of course, but also I get to reuse these pieces in other builds as well. If we take it into the game, we see that this one is actually fully saved like that because I'm always going to run the BTSU. The BTSU is kind of core to this build. We don't have any skill haste from other sources, so we're kind of going to go this route. This is, of course, getting this build together is kind of hard. We are recording a bunch of pieces, although, yeah, we're keeping a red sacrifice and gift. This gift could also, of course, be replaced with just a Providence or Cheska piece in this setup with Vigilance, just normal Vigilance. BDSU, not that hard to get, just farmable, of course. And nowadays, there being 3 gloves, it is a little bit harder than it used to be from targeted. Capacitor, of course, again, very easy to get from the summit challenges. Overall, not too hard to get and well worth having. This has become, again, most of the combat medics this season being no regen has really made it very useful again, especially in seasons with no regen, especially nowadays the way that no regen works with the out of combat regen being disabled fully as should be, but also us no longer being able to just weapon swap to bypass it. And then together with that, of course, we also now have that regen from regen stat, so basically from memento or some such doesn't apply anymore. What I run this as is basically in group settings. I'll run this to basically bypass the no regen for our group. I still keep a bunch of my damage. I don't give up as much damage as for instance going just a full healer would be. Together with that, I also get to just shoot, which I kind of enjoy. We do, of course, yeah, not give that group buff and such, so it is very much a trade-off, and much more so than, for instance, as well, going a red FI, this can heal so much more than that can. Of course, as well, with the BTSU, we can also do the overcharge and the supercharge and stuff like that. Well worth having, especially if you're kind of into those kind of builds. I've recommended this to certain people very, very, very confidently. It isn't for everyone, but yeah, especially if you're kind of in that, like, I want to be able to support and still kind of be competently firing and you know, murdering on my own as well. This is very much a build to kind of get for that. And 337, what's the other one? 401. We're banging them out on target. I feel that one person, like, maybe was stream sniping or something. Somebody was just running up here and then back and back. There's nothing back here, right? Oh no, the matchmaker thing. Yeah. Going back here, setting up this 4.8. Let me catch up here as well. Which would you prefer, plus 6% RPM or plus 10% damage? I mean, well, first of all, is that just weapon damage? Or is that like other? Because where's the place where like that would be a choice between those two? Because I don't think it, because like Descent is even also like 7%, you know, third stat is 5%. where's there even a 6% RPM? But yeah, it's going to be situational. It's going to be, keep in mind that RPM is just on the other end of the damage calculation, but it is additive to itself as well. So if you have, for instance, Striker, that's 6%. If you have 15% there already, instead of the like being a full 6%, it would be 1.21 over 1.15 divided by 1.15. So that 6% would be already reduced to a 5.2 actual increase. But that 10% damage would likely be you know, if it's just weapon damage, that could likely already be like 5% or less. Like at 100 weapon damage, that would be less. But if you're all blue core, then that might be more. So it's very situational. Like there's no like, in all cases, this is better than this, because we could definitely create a case where, you know, where, yeah, that 6% RPM could lose. But overall, likely the 6% RPM. But I'm just curious, like, where is there even a 6% RPM? Because, yeah. There is Catchy Live. Yeah, doing good. And yeah, welcome in, Bran. And yeah, indeed, for once, we'll meet in live, apparently. As I see, it's also first time chat. But yeah, welcome in. We're actually recording a little bit of a video for YouTube. So, as we're going through Character 4's build collection updates, and I'm also going very slow because I keep getting sidetracked. It's a new about loop question, but when is Brooklyn DLC expected? Around March. Currently, the season kind of ends around March. Also, historically, Division 1 came out in March, Division 2 came out in March, Warlords of New York came out in March. It's likely March. So. I built for the DZ to farm and defend against rogues. Yeah, the thing is, I just don't play much DZ and stuff. I do have some, like, cookie cutter DZ builds. I actually did one we'll see later on this character. Where is it? This one, for instance. This is just the high end, just the classic unbreakable. Am I showing it actually? The unbreakable adrenaline rush, you know, kind of setup. But yeah, the thing is, I'm kind of out of the loop when it comes to the DZ, so I'm not the right person, basically. I'm considering jumping back a little bit into conflict, but that's also nowadays like not the same as the DZ because you set up the builds a little bit differently. So, but yeah, I have like 2 DZ builds in the collection, but maybe in the future. But yeah, don't hold out too much hope. And yeah, I was about to hit record, but I see there is a ship on the horizon approaching quickly, and there it has hit us. It is metal sending a raid our way. And yeah, either metal, and as always, much appreciated for the raid. And I hope you're doing good. I haven't been able to catch any of your streams recently. Been kind of busy. But I hope you're still doing good and chilling out and having fun. And yeah, welcome in, Raiders. And either Poodle Doodly. I kind of like the name. No, there is you, friend. We'll catch you soon. Yeah. And yeah, thanks once again for sending everybody this way. And yeah, enjoy your day. Over here, I'm recording actually for a video that'll go up on YouTube likely in a bit. We have a few videos up front of it, but this Character 4's build collection update, we're basically going build by build on them. So, and I'm kind of trying to keep it under 4 minutes per build, kind of explaining what has changed, you know, with the season changes, and then also, yeah, what it's for and how hard it is to get together and stuff, because people have been enjoying that. And yeah, we've done it already for 3 characters. This is the 4th. And thank you so much, Christian. And these are Vagabond as well. Yeah, let's get into this one. So yeah, 4.08. As we come to 4.08, the high-end Headhunter, specifically kind of set up for pistols, as we have it here with the DNH piece. Not much changed for this build. The Regulus did get hit a little bit. You'll feel that. Everybody that kind of runs these kind of builds has felt that, as the reload especially went kind of up quite a bit. Although, of course, this build does have a ton of weapon handling to kind of offset that with. Weapon-wise as well, we kind of stuck with the M870 because, yeah, on this we would go generally with a shotgun and then either a rifle or a marksman rifle. Definitely worth considering as well in this slot is an 1886 nowadays. But yeah, I'm just sticking a white death into here because, yeah, sometimes you want to just hit a little bit harder. And stat-wise, a few of these, of course, did get a little reduction. So the one-piece Providence went from 15 to 13. The nothing else actually brand bonus-wise got hit here. But overall, this is then a build that I generally want to have one on each of my characters as kind of a headhunter build. And this is then for farming really, really great, of course. This can deal with 5 directives, basically any directives, well, even 10 directives in Summit, completely because, yeah, we're not ammo dependent. We're not per se in any way dependent on anything except just shooting the enemy and trying to just get the chain killer or, well, headhunter to kind of go with this chain killer and then just kind of make explosion happens with the Regulus. And then if we take this into the game, yeah, it is kind of saved in that exact same way, of course. I do, of course, as well, always have a harvest. Basically, all my characters as well have a harvest with determined, because that's, of course, the other great big tool you can kind of use here. That is, yeah, sometimes you can slot that in if you're more looking for that kind of determined kind of farming gameplay. Trying to get this build together, it isn't that hard. Most of the pieces are LZ named, Light Zone named. The only piece is the gift that is kind of harder to get out of the gear parts here, because of course as well, the Dodge City Gunslinger holster you can get from the quest that you get from Anaya basically, and just following a guide for it, you'll get it basically within a little bit of playtime. Then of course Regulus is still the one true remaining raid exclusive, because it never got added to the DZ because it comes from a project from Iron Horse, of course. So it remains solely a raid exclusive, where of course the other ones got added to the DZ loot pool as well. So yeah, but getting the Regulus can be pretty consistent, and you just need to find a good group, and you basically need 2 clears, 3 clears. Well, technically 3 clears, but you can do it actually doing it on 2 characters on the first week, getting the resources so that on the second week you can get your Regulus if you were want to get it quickly. Getting this build together outside of that gift and the Regulus is yeah, kind of those 2 are kind of the harder pieces, but you can of course go with yeah, just a determined pistol, harvest, or 586/686. This gift as well could be replaced with just whatever high-end with just normal vigilance, in this case, likely Providence with just normal vigilance. One setup wise that we can also do as well, actually, that I kind of enjoy having, although I'm not kind of set up for here, is actually I have the pieces now as well to go with a memento. And of course, then what we need to do is get the Dodge City Gunslinger holster out of there. But if we go memento, then actually the piece to kind of go in here is a claws out with headshot as its stat. And yeah, that setup is actually, I've been enjoying kind of both setups. This, of course, yeah, is one of the classics to kind of have. Well worth having alongside of the Headhunter's Fury setup with Hunter's Fury with Headhunter. This is the counterpart to it in the high-end settings. This, of course, doesn't have the Disorient and the Armor Unkill that the Hunter's Fury version has, but it has much more weapon handling, so you feel that the changes to the Regulus are much less felt, basically, because, yeah, we have a bunch more weapon handlings going on in here. And this as well is then set up for very easily having the Dodge City in there. The Dodge City is basically always in there, making for, yeah, very hard opener if you need that, and yeah, quite often you will. Okay. 433, that's fine. For a build that needed a little bit more explanation, that's fine. Yeah, let's take it to the next one, because yeah, this is basically the cycle we'll be doing. All of those parts will get stitched together in one big video. But oh, actually, I made the 5-piece already. I forgot that I made the 5-piece. I'll have the Regulus indeed making the heads explode. Who wouldn't? Right? And yeah, let's start on this one. Oh, that was a bad. That's everybody's coming in on the same time there, and they're tasty. As yeah, we were raided well about like 10 minutes ago or something by metal as well, just as it was about to hit record, just as now. You guys are timing it. I'm holding it against you. But yeah, hey, they're tasty, and hey, they're Mambo and Pamic, and yeah, welcome in Raiders, and yeah, we had a good stream there, tasty, and wait, where's, god damn it. Oh wait, I need to resub apparently. I was gonna toast you, but yeah. I need to resub. And yeah. Welcome in Raiders. Yeah, we had a good stream test, and yeah, welcome in Raiders. Over here, we're recording basically some segments that is gonna get stitched together for a YouTube video. So we're getting through that, but it's basically the builds of the build collection character 4, so 4.01 till 4.16 if you're familiar with that place. Let me get you up here. This is great, but not on console. Oh yeah, although I've seen people on console as well get really great results with the Regulus. It's definitely not impossible. And hey there, Plum, as well. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Hope you're doing good as well on this reset day. But yeah, let's actually get recording with this. Otherwise, I'll be here like the entire evening. I keep getting sidetracked. We've already been going for like an hour and, or well, almost 2 hours actually, and we're halfway there. Living on a prayer. Take my build collection and you'll make it, I swear. Yeah. I'm losing my mind. Let me catch up here as well. When at ACRE instead of Police M4. ACRE is like almost unusable at this point. Police M4 is also like not the topic like Lexington is. But yeah, Police M4 or Fall, basically. ACRE is, especially with this as well, RP, this is a stagging build. Like, if this was just a spotter or something, a spotter high-end, but RPM matters here as well. And yeah, M4 was generally my pick before Lexington existed for this build, because of the higher RPM. You definitely feel kind of the difference between Kingbreaker and this. But yeah, no, ACRE, like, Project Resolve times, yeah, but that is long ago. With these season changes, yeah, it's M4. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, how was your jail time there, Tasty? I feel at some point it's basically just, it's not even just jail, it's just house arrest, right? But yeah, let's record this one. Heartbreaker. Yeah, 4.09. And we'll continue on with a 4.09, the Heartbreaker, or as it's kind of named here, the Red Breaker. As yeah, we're going full red with this, a full red setup with it. We're keeping the chest. We're leaving out the Heartbreaker backpack. We're going with a Vigilance Cheska here. Here as well with M4, although Lexington overall is a better pick. But yeah, I'm kind of keeping on some of the build pictures, I'm putting the Lexington to the side, assuming that everybody knows how much more powerful it is than most other high ends. But of course, a lot of people will not be able to get it until we kind of find out how, if they're going to repeat the event. Maybe it was truly a one-time thing. We'll see. And then yeah, this is just the classic Heartbreaker, 4 pieces Heartbreaker, or in a red setup basically, which has become much more viable because of the changes to it. As yeah, the stacks basically went from a 1% per stack to a 1.1% per stack. Basically, what they nerfed off of the Striker backpack, they put onto the Heartbreaker's chest. It was scheduled in PTS1 to be a 1.3, which was a little bit insanely high. They ended up with a 1.1, which has definitely buffed it, and actually a Heartbreaker in this setup with a Coyote and a Vigilance backpack actually is kind of the counterpart to the Obliterate in a damage sense. a competitor to the obliterate strikers. The downside, especially of course with Heartbreaker, is it doesn't stack as well, as we'll kind of discuss at the end here. But yeah, the big change was especially that, yeah, it does get much more per stack, 10% more per stack, basically, out of it. If we take it into the game, we'll see actually the repeating pattern, as we kind of discussed a little bit with some of the other things, is that it is saved with 5 pieces, and that has been done again as well. So I can either go Coyote, or I could, for instance, as well, putting in an LMG here with a fitting talent, either Flatline or Killer. I could go, for instance, with having then contractors instead. Or if I were to want to try this out with other tools like the holster, which is actually really good. I'll also say here that that's the reason as well why it's not on the build collection at all. The holster, I don't use it at all yet. And that's because to me, it is basically broken. Its reload doesn't seem like it should be there. It's not in the text. It seems unintended. Together as well with the ability to put both bonuses on one weapon, that also seems completely unintended because the text like explicitly says that should not be the option. But yeah, we can't do those things. So until it is basically fixed, I'm not putting it on the build collection, but it's of course very usable. Like there's no reason for you to not use it. My my sensibilities that do not have to like really impact your choices. But yeah, it's kind of set up in this way. It is actually, of course, much harder to get together than Red Striker. That is one of the strikes against it. One of the strikers against it is that we have to recore all of these if we want this in a full red variant. Although, of course, if you were to want 2 blues or something, that is, of course, much easier to, or just as hard, basically, with the striker. We would need 2 pieces to recore here. To red, with strikers, we would need 2 pieces to recore to blue. So it is definitely usable. And the biggest downside of it, even though I have it and I kind of like using it, especially in the tech tank version, as we'll see in a minute, is the stacking ability of Heartbreaker. It is, if you do them side by side with a striker, you'll notice how much poorer the Heartbreaker stacks. And that is all down to basically striker counts every hit correctly and fully. Heartbreaker doesn't seem to count every hit on the enemy, even if they're pulsed in the correct way, in the correct conditions. It doesn't seem to count every hit, and it seems very inconsistent. It seems likely server based because of that. Is my kind of speculation around that. But yeah, it is very much noticeable, and because of that as well, it has not become generally a used build, but well worth kind of messing around with. We killed that one with faint praise. Yeah, let's take it back here. Next, 4.09, 4.10, 4.10. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second as well. Home confinement, title confinement, yeah. At first, King Breaker was great with Heartbreaking. Yeah. I mean, it still is, leaving out the Lexington, Heartbreaker or Kingbreaker is kind of still usable. Actually, so on the tech tank version, I still go with Kingbreaker, if not for Lexington, basically. So yeah, because it does still outdo some of the other one. If you were to, yeah. Sometimes I just get myself in a boot loop, basically, with words. So, as the spotter chest compared to the Heartbreaker chest, the closer, you lose basically quite a bit. Intimidate is the one chest piece that you can kind of put in there, but basically you have a, or actually, do you? No. 1.5 times 1.2, right? Yeah, you got a 1.8. So instead of the, actually no, nowadays is, well, I mean, it's the other side is, I don't know, yeah, it would be 55, right? 1.55 times 1.2, 1.86 instead of the 2.1. So the thing is, especially what you give out on going with Heartbreaker, going with Spotter Chest, is that you do diversify your multipliers a little bit, and yeah, that Spotter will be active like right away. But then I would just go class, honestly, if you were to go that route. But what you really give up is either then the Coyote, which loses quite a bit, or the backpack. And your backpack, I would give up the Coyote before the backpack. Intimidate is one that is kind of usable, but honestly, I at least from a numbers standpoint, but I still wouldn't. If you're going Heartbreaker, I would just go for the stacks. Yeah, I would. I'm trying to find where the devs said they nerfing Busy Bee's mag size. That's what you said. I mean, that was just, it's the base has changed, right? Wait, does you have 30? That seems... Is there a place which chronicled the mod slots of things? Maybe that basically just a hidden bonus on the mag, and then now they brought it in line with the base weapon. Oh, actually, what we can do. Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. I'm gonna go to these. Oh, we never made a pistol one, of course. Well, we do have the old. Yeah, we have the old ones in here. So, pistol. Oh, yeah, Busy Little Bee was 30. They just didn't. I wonder if the mod actually changed, or if that, because yeah, I never really like looked at the Busy Little Bee close enough to to kind of care about that. Because the weapon is based on it also 10, so likely they had like a hidden bonus there. Oh yeah, technically correct, the best kind of correct. And then instead of the backpack and Cheska wicket, this isn't set up to be, because yeah, that exists already. I already have that one as well, going OD with the chest and the wicked backpack and stuff. Although I would here with vigilance, but I have a wicked one as well. Actually, it's on character 5, but where's character 3 here? Because this is just a normal OD setup, which is like, for instance, 301. This other one is the triple tick build. And this is the one place where we don't go with the OD chest, and I'll explain actually in a second why. Even before Busy didn't have any max size mod, yeah. Likely, like, it should have had, because that's usually the way that they should do that, to have a max size mod over the base, which for some weapons they don't. But likely when they changed the Busy Little Bee, or you know, when they applied basically the base weapon damages to this as well, they likely just copy pasted that 10 over. Now, and then before it used to just be a hard set 30. Might be actually something to bring up to them. As likely unintended. And either enders. Yeah, let's go with this. 410. Yeah. And 410 brings us to the triple tick build, as it's affectionately known. This is an OD setup made to have triple ticks, as we'll kind of go into a second. The big changes, of course, for OD were that OD got a buff to its chest, especially where it went from taking the buff from a 1.2 to a 1.35 just for you. It went from a 1.2 to or the new one is 1.2 to 1.5. So you gain much more from the chest than you used to. And of course, with the ODs that we've already seen so far, I have gone with the chest, but here I haven't. And that is a very specific reason. The triple tick build is based around having 3 ticks, as we kind of crane over here. We have a bleed, we have a vial, and then we have, in this case, the pesty. In the past, this used to also be a setup. Instead of the pesty, we would go with iron lung, because the iron lung was actually a much more competent weapon than the pestilence. Nowadays, of course, the pestilence is very usable and pretty perfectly fine, and definitely a good pick. And this build, of course, because we're also doing a vial tick, also doing pestilence, pestilence tick, and then also doing a bleed tick. The OD chest buff would only basically increase our damage hits. It wouldn't actually increase those. So instead of that, we're going with this glass, still perfect glass in this case, to kind of increase those ticks. So I've seen this build actually, a lot of people change this to become OD chest. I feel for this specific setup, that is the wrong choice, because the thing that we're making this build for is for the triple tick of it. The OD chest does not apply to that triple. Your base weapon, your damage hits here would be 30% higher. An additive 30% higher to that 1.2, going to a 1.5. This is not the core of this build. Very much the ticks are. And because of that, yeah, we're kind of sticking with glass. So we're kind of bypassing the changes that kind of came to it. If we kind of take it into the game, this one is very much a set setup. So this is saved as this. We're not altering, or we're not saving it as a 5-piece to alter it in any way. Carnage, of course, as well, actually changed to become Sadist, became much stronger. But this build really mains either the Iron Lung or the Pestilence. So we're kind of not per se using that. We have it as a secondary here, just to have a backup, basically, to also have some bleed rounds into this, just in case we run out of Pestilence, but you shouldn't, basically. This is, of course, a pretty annoying build to get together. OD is not craftable. It does come with red cores, so yeah, we just get red core pieces with high enough weapon damages on them to put, in this case, status effect alongside of it. The status effect increases the vial ticks, it increases the bleed ticks. It does not actually apply, of course, to pestilence. I would hope everybody knows that this is just the weapon damage. The red cores do apply to that. That's why we have as many red cores as we do. Most of it going, the red cores are basically for the pestilence, the status effect is for the bleed and for the vial, and then the glass is kind of applying to all of them. Here as well, you can go several routes with what else you put alongside of it. I like just putting more crit chance, crit damage on it, getting a little bit here into crit chance, crit damage, not really respectable numbers, but definitely usable enough. What you should do if you're actually in this season running modifiers, where this build is also really nice and can deal with 5 directives, that's really one of the, or well, can deal with especially ammo directives pretty easily. So yeah, it's kind of nice for that. One thing you can go with for this season especially is putting crit damage mods in there with the modifiers. Putting crit damage mods in here, running God damn it! No, I'm not gonna not. How am I? Retribution. I was stuck on revengeance. Okay, let's try again. Yeah, I'm not gonna not remember that and just bypass it. That seems a little bit. Also, I was kind of getting rambly, so that one was already likely way too long. Yeah, it was already 4 minutes, so yeah, we can do that much faster. Yeah, let's get this right. New Tundra bundle today. No, actually, I saw it pop up. I haven't actually even looked at it yet. We'll look at it later. I don't want to get sidetracked. No, we'll get all this stuff afterwards. Really work with Pesty and Bleed Tick. Not the Pesty, but the Bleed Tick will trigger the file. But guessing my 7th thing is always a yeah. And I didn't. Issues with my control points are not going up in level, and some even change to story difficulty, even though my world is on challenging. Have you done New York and such? Was that, or that was somebody else, right? We had somebody that had somewhat similar issues, but they were also trying to like keep the side missions. So I don't know if you on that character are trying to keep the side missions and stuff. If you are, be sure to complete everything up to and including Tidal Basin, so that you're in the real, so that nothing is, so that you're not technically boosting at any point, which is delete all of the side missions. But yeah, still a bunch of stuff breaks until you've actually beaten Keener. Nowadays, like the project and stuff, they fixed, but yeah, some control points and such. If you reach level 40 and you haven't actually done New York, some of that stuff still breaks. So if you're meaning to keep that character or like really maining that character and stuff, I would recommend just finishing off Woni once. That's gonna best the yeah. Gear that came out that are good. I do have a Virtuoso setup in my builds collection, but yeah, it's not good. It's not on the recommended build list or such. But I went with just a glass chest and a Vigilance backpack. I'm gonna get Sacrifice Gift. Yeah. The one thing that that Virtuoso has going for it is that it is weapon damage. So it is a super annoying thing to kind of trigger, but that can also sometimes be fun, right? Sometimes it's fun to try to just do weird things just to get a little bit of extra damage going. But you have to kind of get either a short range or a long range kill, but then you need to have the inverse of that. So you need to have a long range kill and then a short range kill and then a long range kill and then a short range kill, and then you get the full bonus, or the other way around, short range, long range. But yeah, you can't have like 2 short range and then 2 long range and then trigger it that way. And then yeah, you get weapon damage out of it, and that means that actually when it's all like going together, it's actually the pesty tick can actually get pretty high, like if you have everything going. But of course, a glass red does this just outright anyway. So, but yeah, trying to just get pesty going with it, and sometimes the pesty kind of kills in other things and stuff. So, but yeah, it's still not a great build. It's like, making aces or making breaking points. You make it just to try something different a little bit. From full tier, what do you have for Swedes? I don't know what you mean by boosting. So now, there's a moment, or there's a thing where you can get to level 30. You can boost to level 30. Or boost to New York, and that's just literally the like doing that boost. The thing is, likely, have you done my question is like, what are you, like, what have you done so far, and what are you trying to like do? Because this is just going through the main missions, because this is like your first playthrough, or is it more or is this for alt, or does the answer is going to be kind of different for different things. So okay, so this is like okay. So yeah, you would want to do all of the invaded missions once you've done each of the invaded strongholds. There should be 3 of those once you're kind of in your main game playthrough, basically. Once you've because yeah, I'm assuming you've already done capital, right? And you have the invasion already, because then you advance the invasion through going through each of the strongholds, and then after you do those 3 strongholds, it'll be a side mission, and then Tidal opens up, and then you can go do Tidal, which is another stronghold. And once you've done all that, that is the point where you've done all of the story stuff DC wise, and then that would be the normal point to go to Warlords of New York. Because if you go earlier than that, that counts as boosting, which is then basically your character kind of gets everything gets, all of the side missions or anything that you have saved kind of get cleared up. You get basically some gear and you just get tossed to New York. Generally, you would want to avoid, for a character that you're going to keep, to have like boosting done, because also some of the achievements and commendations get locked out and such. Yeah, let's redo this one. Also, I should have done it quickly after the last one because I've already forgotten what I said about it. But lately, I'll say the same things again anyway. Yeah, 410. And coming to 4.10, we have here a triple tick build, as it's affectionately called. This is an OD setup made to make 3 ticks happen. We'll go into those in a little bit. Changes-wise, to start with, of course, the Pestilence kind of came back into this build, very much usable now as a main weapon, the Pestilence. In the past, actually, I was altering or going with an Iron Lung in that slot, more so just getting a little bit of that fire out, but the Iron Lung just also did damage. The Pestilence shot, basically, the debuff was nice, but yeah, the main weapon was just so horrendous in the past. Now, of course, it has become much better. Sadist got a big buff, and of course, what happened to OD is that the chest became much more usable than it was. Its buff went from basically with the chest to 1 point or it would become 1.35 in the past. Now with the chest, it becomes a 1.5, but that's of course just to the hits. And that's also why we're going without the chest here, because I've seen many of these triple tick builds getting altered to have the chest in here. To me, the weapon hits of this is not the important part. They are pretty low as we have them here. We have some weapon damage, in this case even a little bit of crit chance, crit damage behind it, although barely, of course. But yeah, we basically have 5 red cores to kind of apply there, which isn't even the full 6, of course. Instead of that, the glass applies both to the bleed, all 3 to the bleed, and to the vial ticks, and of course the pestilence ticks as well. None of those would actually be benefiting from the weapon hits hitting for more with the OD chest. So in this case, yeah, we're definitely sticking with this perfect glass chest here. If we kind of take it into the game, we'll see that it actually is exactly as it is saved or shown in there. Is how it is saved. And that is because there isn't much variation into this build. Yeah, you could go, for instance, as we were kind of talking with Iron Lung. But yeah, I'm going to kind of stick with going this route instead. And then what this build is for is very much that it can actually deal well with ammo directives, even solo. It is actually pretty potent, and when you have the debuff actually on enemies, basically 1 shot on a red will mean that red will be dead in a few seconds, because they will have the triple ticks on them, the bleed, that will trigger the Val as well, of course. And then yeah, the Val tick is kind of going, and then as well, some pestilence ticks as they go around. Yeah, the status effects are in here as they apply to both the bleed and the Val, but of course not to the pestilence, very important. That's just the weapon damage, that's what those 5 red cores are for. The status effect is to that. And it's kind of a build that we're kind of specking into a few parts that all come together to kind of do basically dot damage over time damage. And this is just the more dots build. This is just more dots, more dots, more dots. Not enough dots, more dots. And that's what it kind of does. Of note as well, I want to kind of just briefly highlight here, this is the one build as well where I'm, even though we're kind of going a little bit towards crit chance, crit damage here with the mods and such, I actually have the pestilence here spec'd to, or the third stat is damage to armor. Because in this one case, the damage to armor also applies to our bleed, to our vial, and to the pestilence itself. The crit chance would of course only apply to the hits. And that's also the reason why this character basically has 2 pestilences, one for other general uses, but then for this specific build, then we're going with the DTA on this, so we're breaking convention, going DTA there, and as well going with the perfect glass chest. Getting this build together is not that hard. These are red cord pieces, of course, for here, so we're kind of coming with that. We're just putting the stats underneath it. OD can't be crafted ever. There's no blueprints for them. This and True Patriot are kind of like open world gear sets where you gotta go and farm them, but of course with targeted nowadays, that's pretty easy. The sacrifice and the Val and the pestilence would would be really the only harder pieces to get here, being exotics, and yeah, the sacrifice here as well. We could go actually with different stats. These are very much up to choice. Here, me going crit chance, crit damages. These could also, for instance, be more so, yeah, other things, protection from elite. Some people go with. I prefer this overall. Anyway, I'll cut it there. In the end, we didn't even talk about that crit damage stuff, but that's also fine because that's 435. That's already long. Because generally, I want most of them to be in the 4-minute mark. Basically, nothing over 5 minutes. Preferably a few under 3 even. Or in the 3s. They're in the trees. Yeah, let's go to the build picture. Next one. Let me catch up here for a second.
All right, that's enough music for now.
All right. Yeah, no worries. Game and catch you around. And yeah, get your sleep in. Also important indeed, as we're just in a weekday. Let's pick something. It's when. Mad advice. Yeah, there's a little bit of, although it used to be much worse. But yeah, that's kind of the downsides of some of the things that they added with the one end game. There is some flakiness, but yeah, most of it at least is fixable on our end. Nothing really, corrupts a character or something like we've had with other games. Like if you did certain things, like you had to contact support for them to fix you or something. You have no status effects. Yeah, exactly. Game features, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, no worries, Chris. For Descent. Yeah, actually, well, yeah, definitely tomorrow we'll set up for Descent. I'll likely actually stream a little bit earlier. I don't know if you're still around out there, but I'll likely start a bunch earlier if you're around for that as well. Might actually in the Discord already see about putting a time up. Because I would love as well for, yeah, some of the regulars to be in on that if they want to go deep. And because yeah, I think I was about to just say maybe Pamik wants to join as well as I wouldn't mind having him along. He's a much better shot than me. Yeah, the Descent is NB, so I was planning on tomorrow maybe doing a deep run. As also tomorrow and Thursday both I have kind of time. If I were to want to, I could actually go. Pretty long. But I might actually, yeah, well, I might put it just in the Discord and we could just maybe see about picking out the time. Because likely, what would be best? So if we have 4 hours till 12. So 8. So starting 5-ish, right? Then we have 7 hours till 12. You're gonna start, I'll be back. Yeah, I'm thinking around 5-ish. That sounds about right? Then we have 7 hours till 12. Then as well, if we have and then we have also a little bit of time at the end in case we want to go over. But let's see as well if Cross is also up for that. But I'll message him maybe because he definitely wanted in, and yeah, if you want in, I'll definitely take you up on that. Because yeah, we'll definitely, I'm saying definitely, a lot, definitely. We'll try to go for 40. Yeah, let's continue on 411. Yeah, let's get this done because then as well I can be freed up and go to other things. Yeah. 411. It isn't 511, but it is kind of jokey like 511. This is a Red Eclipse. This did actually have a purpose in the past. First, though, let's discuss any changes to this. The Elmo, of course, did get a little bit of a hit. It did go a little bit lower on its actually, no. What am I saying? It's about the same on its output. I was gonna say as well, it's lower on its max size, which it is. It isn't lower at all. It's not lower in anything. Yeah, let's try that again before I make myself sound stupid. Let me delete any proof of that. Although yeah, it's basically lower on the tables is kind of where my mind was going. But I was about to say lower on the damage, which no, it ain't. And going into 411, it isn't as silly as 511, but it is a little bit silly. It is a red eclipse. This is very much a setup that is kind of made for one thing in the past, which actually doesn't exist anymore, but they still keep it around. We'll discuss that in a minute in its purpose. Changes wise, Eclipse didn't, of course, see any real changes. Obliterate went down a little bit on this build, as Obliterate just in general went from 25 to 20. Elmo did get a little bit of a hit in its weapon mods, but actually its base went up. So overall, it landed up around the same amounts. And yeah, really didn't change much, honestly. Lefty changes, of course, to Sledge do apply here as well. And yeah, to get this build together is very much a hassle. If we take it actually into the game, we'll see that it is actually saved in that way as well, as we're not really going for variations on here, because yeah, we could, for instance, try to get a red eclipse holster as well, and then we could go with maybe other exotics. But honestly, this is the setup to go with. And the thing that this is set up to do with its red cord eclipse features, which are very hard to get and annoying, because yeah, this comes with yellow cores. Most of the pieces will drop with yellow minor attributes, so getting crit damages and crit chances may take quite a while, although you can craft for them as well, of course. So then just the Cheska chest, which isn't that hard. Elmo and the other assorted weapons here, not that hard either. Neither is Shocker Punch as an exotic. And then what this build is for, or used to be for, was the old Hollywood, where you needed, where shock actually was a decent way to deal with the shielded enemies. Back then as well, shock would only remove the shielding, because jamming and shock would only remove the shielding. Explosions would make the explosions happen on the enemies. And of course, back then as well, the explosions were actually very minor. They didn't actually kill everything the way that modern Hollywood, as yet, it basically got changed and it got buffed. But yeah, back then this could just run up to an enemy with the shield equipped. The Shocker Punch has a if using all three items, all the bonuses up above, and then also, and the shock from the melee attack will have a 5-meter radius starting from the first target. But yeah, you basically get this shock on melee, and the shock on melee is also if you don't have the shield up, so you can just run up to an enemy, smack him, shoot them, and then here as well we have the Eclipse backpack to kind of give us a 30% buff to status affected enemies, because we're going to status affect them that way. That would spread the shock around, remove all the shields from the enemies, and then we could shoot them. It was kind of a creative way to kind of deal with old Hollywood. Old Hollywood doesn't exist anymore, but the smacks from this, of course, now make the explosion also happen. Although we have so many easy ways of making that happen that I don't end up running this that much. Although this does have the Eclipse backpack, and we could put glass on here, of course, or perfect glass, having a really high explosion for Hollywood happen, because that scales off of those. But this is just a silly setup to sometimes kind of run around with and kind of do silly things with, because yeah, we do have basically the Eclipse spread, although, you know, our status effects aren't that strong or that long. But yeah, we're kind of making use of the backpack talent of Eclipse there as well. It is a creative way to kind of go for Eclipse. Not very usable and very hard to get together, but definitely if you're going for a little bit of a silly thing, not the worst.
I got some tunes coming up for you first.
There we go. 334. That's about right for that build. I haven't ran that thing in like forever. Okay. Next up. $412. So 4 more to go. Let's get them done, and then we can go and run around for a bit. Yeah. 412. And with 412, we come to this Hunter's Fury setup for shotguns in this case. Yeah, that voice was not going anywhere. We'll get that there for a second. Let's have a sip. It's kind of started using that voice and then just nope, no you don't. I'm out of here. Yeah. And hey, Digis. Yeah. Let's get going. And on 412, we see a Hunter's Fury setup for shotguns, specifically kind of, although we don't have any brand bonuses going that way, we are crit chance, crit damage wise kind of set up that way. Because of course, yeah, when we go for SMGs, we kind of don't go with any crit chances basically on the gear at all. And yeah, not much changed for Hunter's Fury, nothing at all, really. Setup-wise, gear-wise, this really did not get altered. We're still going Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush. Weapons-wise, we did see a little bit of changes. The Scorpio is definitely no longer really a main weapon for damaging. So while it is very useful still, it is still the weapon that can do what it can do, and especially on Eclipses or on FI or something, it is definitely the main pick still. Here, where we're trying to do damage outright, not so much anymore. But then we see, on the other hand, the weapon that got buffed quite a bit, the Tsunami, especially the SASG base weapon kind of got buffed. And together with that, the Tsunami is then now really the top pick here. And this build with the new Tsunami really does really well. And yeah, we could go, for instance, as well with some alternates here. This build, if we take it into the game, is set up in that same way. Although actually, yeah, instead of the Scorpio, I have it actually saved with two main weapons here as well. An SASG with Killer being really good and powerful, of course. Damage component-wise, much more than Pummel would be, but then Pummel, of course, has also a built-in reload. And that built-in reload is really what pushes it up there. But situationally, I could see myself going either way, or even grabbing maybe Brazen here. That's also why this is free talent. And yeah, we have also, of course, other setup ways of just, yeah, putting, for instance, a Mento in here, going that route. And then, of course, I have a Scorpio at the ready to go from other builds if we need that. Generally, I will pick one of these two and then put the Scorpio there. Getting this build together isn't that hard. This is all red cord pieces, although you may notice that actually I have actually, for these three pieces, for instance, I've actually record the core instead of the minor. And that is to, if I were to want to, I could go with up to 3 blue cores here, because I have 3 places where I could put that in. Kind of removing my ability to change the third or the minor stat here, of course, but that's still kind of fine. Still going Cheska Grupo overall, those give pretty good bonuses, especially here where we're kind of pairing them with going full red. Of course, the more blue we go, Badger Tough might be a decent pick here, but I'm kind of keeping my options also open to, for instance, sneak in an SMG if we wanted that here. We could go, still, we're pretty close where we can flip a mod here, put a full crit damage SMG in here, and we would be pretty close enough to be able to use that effectively as well. As a setup, this is well worth having. A Hunter's Fury setup is definitely something that I quite enjoy. Much more run and gunny than for instance, Strikers. We get that, especially the armor on kill feels pretty good. Together with that, having the disorient, kind of saving your life quite often. You will notice that you'll murder one of the enemies in front of you and the rest of them will get disoriented. That's more than enough time to kind of act upon and just, you know, make sure that you can either get to safety if there's too many of them, or just murder them outright if they're pretty weak. And yeah, overall, well worth trying out if you haven't. A shotgun version as well nowadays with the Tsunami, really powerful, and yeah, works out really well. $349. Should have said there's a bull showcase on a showcase, a bulldozer showcase. Oh yeah, yeah, no, but there's also a build showcase. Although most of them have. Over here. What is the difference actually between perfect and normal optimist? It is still 1%, right? But now it's also basically a 35 versus a 45. So it's actually less than it used to be with, or less of a difference between the two than it used to be. From 30 to 40 is a bigger percentage difference than 35 to 45. Like percent added additively, basically. Yeah, let's just 4:13. And on 4:13, we have a setup that I don't end up using much myself anymore, but very common setup to see in the DZ. Overall, this is one of the general picks for AR setups, as we have it here with Fenris. 4 in the DZ, where we go with Adrenaline Rush, Intimidate. That's also where this one kind of still stems from. I have one on character 1 and one on character 4 here. One on character 1, it is with SMG, here with an AR, which are DZ builds, basically. I don't DZ much anymore, but for a long time, this used to be kind of the meta towards the end of me DZ as well. Still back then, this was the meta to go to. And still nowadays, even though there is other metas alongside of it, for instance, Umbra sneaking in and such, this is still, yeah, very usable out there. I don't find myself in the DZ much nowadays, but I also, yeah, I'm still like, I don't want to kick these builds. Of note that we want to discuss here as well is while no changes, really big changes happened here. The Cheska, of course, became a little bit less with 8%. The Grupo went from 15 to 13%. The Catharsis as well actually got a pretty big buff to it, where it is no longer 1% per stack for 30, it is 1.5%. So it's actually getting 15 weapon damage more. And that is actually a pretty big buff to the Catharsis, although in this setup, this already lived with the Catharsis. And yeah, in this kind of setup, Optimist actually is still a decent pick when we have like this many blue cores. Although in this case, Lexington would actually outdo the Shield Splinter here with even at these lower things. Although with grade 25, I don't actually, but they are pretty close to each other. So yeah, Shield Splinter is much easier, of course, to get overall for that. But as well, the Eagle Bearer kind of became a better weapon than it used to be, much usable there. But of course, yeah, Pesty and stuff are kind of the mainstays there now, as together with, I've seen Bighorn used quite a bit. A build that is overall worth having sometimes, but I just don't end up personally using it much, just by virtue of what I play. Trying to get this build together is actually pretty hard. Of course, we're blue coring a lot of stuff, including here a chest and a backpack. So a Cheska chest with Unbreakable. This would be an easier to get Super Unicorn. We do make that distinction that if the core is something different than the miners, because here this would been a red core, of course, with a chance crit damage, that does drop more often than, for instance, with the Habsburg Super Unicorns, where we have a blue core and then we want 2 red miners. That means that that will drop a lot less. This is less of a unicorn than that, but not by much. These aren't easy pieces to get overall, making it pretty hard to get. But of course, what most people do is either go full red version until you have that blue core, or just go with other choices where you give up the brand bonus, for instance, to have a blue core already and then put crit chance, crit damage, and Unbreakable on it. And yeah, none of these pieces are per se easy to get, but that's also always the thing with DZ builds. Recoring to blue, usually, especially as we have it here with the red core pieces, just will cost you quite a bit. And yeah, we'll just end it off there. Exactly. Where was I in here? I'm going to show the Eagle Bear. You just want to see its talent or such? Because I could also just link you to the Like if you just want to know what items do. Because I can show it visually as well, but I'm guessing that's not so much the thing that you're after. Did I spell that right? I did. I'll copy this link over. I'll put a link in both chats there. That is to the what we call the usually the Discord community page thing. Usually not thing as well in there. That's this thing. This has if you it has the tabs at the bottom. If you go to weapons names plus exotic, it has all the exotics like that in here. So then you can kind of read up at what it does. But basically, it becomes more accurate as you're firing it, and then also getting a headshot kill basically puts you in a special mode where you take reduced damage, or well, you store up basically the damage taken, and then the more you kill during that time, the less of that damage you actually take. It's a little bit awkward, but where is it actually? Oh yeah. But yeah, it kind of explains the thing, and also where it comes from and stuff. Eagle Bear is also just well, it can drop in the DZ, but much more so. It used to be a raid exclusive until it was also added to DZ. But usually it's still easiest to get it through raid, because also it's the easier of the two raids. Making yeah, so on to 414. That is not 414. 414. Timber my timbers. It's 414. Not much challenge election, long in DC. Still the one in there. Yeah, that build basically is kind of outdated nowadays, though, when we're showing there. So, through Legendary Arena today, pretty darn, but very happy. Yeah, it's always fun to kind of, you know, get the first time clears in. It's always it's an achievement, definitely, and you should feel happy about it. And yeah, now do the bench, you can get the bighorn. What means with spreadsheets? Could you clarify? Might have been in something that I said, but I don't remember what I said. So you could clarify there, Anders. So the builds you're showing are only suited for PvE, or can you use the PvP and raids? Raids just basically uses either a striker or a high-end red. That's usually what you go in with, and like that. The raid builds are also PvE builds, basically. My collection is mostly PvE builds. That's what I mostly play, and it's my collection. So. But yeah, basically it's this, because you might not be familiar with what it actually is. But here we're kind of just showcasing one character on it. But yeah, the build collection itself is basically all my builds on all my characters. Most of them are PvE based. Most of the things you would need for raid are in there as well. There's also this recommended list here, where there's a bunch of should I should put in both chats. Yeah, the recommended builds, and also there's also like segments for legendary and like incursion and raid and stuff like that. Yeah, let's continue on. Where were we? 414. Heartbreaker Tech Tank. Oh yeah, let's do this. And we come to 4.14, an often linked in my chat on Twitch build, as it is the Heartbreaker Tech Tank. This is, of course, the Tech Tank style that I kind of helped popularize. Definitely not of my origin. I sometimes, cringe at people going like, "Oh, yeah, he's the guy that like invented." Like, you can't invent builds. you can at best kind of help popularize them. And I've definitely tried my best as well with these. And what changed, especially for this build, is that we went, of course, now we get a little bit more bonus than we used to. We're keeping the layout the same, but we're basically getting a 10% additive more out of the chest talent. Basically, it goes, instead of being 100% separate multiplier, it is 110% separate multiplier, or well, a 2.1 separate multiplier. And because of that, we gained a little bit there. Lexington also came in, and definitely if you have the Lexington, that is the main pick for this one. Here we're still also showing it with the Kingbreaker. That is, if you don't have the Lexington, I would go either an M4, a Fall, or the Kingbreaker. The Kingbreaker definitely also still performs well. It is close to the damage of the rest, but it sustains so much better in the burst DPS. It is close to basically the M4 and the Fall, pretty far behind the Lexington. That's the reason we go with Lexington first. And then, the sustain versus the M4 and Fall especially is much better, and it is kind of still even in sustain a little bit higher than the Lexington. So yeah, that's weapon-wise. We kind of stayed with our weapons, actually, as that is also how I was used to use it. If we take this into the game, it is actually, of course, saved exactly as is shown there. It is kind of a rigid setup. We're kind of going with a Cheska piece and a Memento, and then 4 pieces of Heartbreaker. 3 of them, 3 of them with blue cores, 1 of them record. That also makes this a little bit easier than the Striker Tech Tank to get together. And then, yeah, what this build is for is, this is my go-to, this and the Striker Tech Tank is my go-to for solo play. If I'm playing solo, not much can compete with these. They are very hardy, and they can have a 6-tier shield being healed by a 2-tier Artificer. Once the Memento is charged up as well, that will apply the skill efficiency to those, meaning that this shield is kind of around the 6 million-ish mark. This Hive is healing for around 40%-ish. And yeah, that makes for a really strong shield facing towards enemy. The rest of the build is kind of set up for the damage end of it. And here we're going with, Heartbreaker or Strikers, basically, and then just extracting that bonus out of here, together with landing actually, well, here we're 52, 105. Not the greatest crit chance, crit damage numbers, but still respectable. And getting this build together is decently easy. That's also why, even 2 newer players kind of recommend it. Even though they have to, the Memento is kind of core to it, so you kind of need that. Also, you do need to go unlock Technician if you don't have the ultimate pack where it's automatically unlocked for you. But otherwise, you kind of do need Technician for this. That is kind of core to the tech tank. It is half of the name, literally. So but yeah, a build well worth having, and my one of my go-to solo builds, especially for instance. One of the things I noticed going into a lot of legacy missions through the year, or climax missions, which are now legacy climax missions, of course, through the years, I never really had much trouble with them, but that's more like I would run these kind of builds solo into them. I wouldn't go in first time with the red build unless I knew already, like, unless I was just trying to go fast. But usually with builds like this, I'm much more consistent. While they're not as fast as red builds, I can basically, overall, I'll clear out the mission in one go, and that will frustrate me less than going a lot faster, but maybe having a failure here or there. Anyway, I'll cut it there. 4. I was like, that's going to be 5 or something. That's why I kind of cut myself off there. Okay, 450. Let me catch up here as well for Shrek. What do you use this tech tank build for? Well, I basically just explained. Tech tanks are basically my go-to solo build. I don't think overall that there is something as relaxed and still potent as kind of like tech tanks. Like, you can, of course, kind of go full red, and I can just be talking to chat and not paying attention and get by with the tech tank. You can do stupid things and still get by. It's kind of nice. And then screen check is But also, yeah, keep in mind that in that build link in the build collection, the one kind of the last link that kind of went up there. That's also like all of the pictures and stuff are there. You don't need to like because yeah, that link basically goes here and then here. That 414 is just this number here, so you can just open the build picture yourself as well. These are freely available to be viewed. So it's always, you know, you can always go back and get them. Specific days that you play them, days that you do build walkthroughs. So here we're, yeah, it kind of depends. Like some days I'm kind of recording, but yeah, it's not fixed days or anything. It's basically whenever something is ready to be recorded, we'll kind of record it, and then other days we'll play, basically. But yeah, I couldn't really make a schedule for now. But yeah, we're down to the last two. So, yeah, let's go. But also these basically, they're basically done almost. Because this is character 4 and then character 5 and then like this isn't a common thing to do because yeah, we do build showcases and stuff. Even there we kind of do gameplay in them basically. But these are all just kind of indeed. Is it like this? Yeah, let's stop rambling and go to the next one. So 4:15. And we go into 4.15. This is the PFE for this character, as I kind of alluded to earlier. I do generally have like a striker and an eclipse and a tech tank, and then also a PFE on each of my characters. No duplicates, preferably, and that's also kind of the origination of this build. Of course, I could go kind of, my very preferred one is very much the kind of the style that I have on character 5, as we'll see in a little bit, which is just with a Cheska, Grupo, Coyote, or Catharsis, and then basically the other 3 pieces improvised. And generally with a shotgun as well, because Scorpio is really good for that role, of course. Here, wanting to do something a little bit different. In the past, this used to be with a headshot. No, this used to be with weapon handling and no, this used to be with hazard protection, right? Yeah, I'm gonna cut it there. Let's retry it. Kind of went completely off the rails there. What was this with? Yeah, because the headshot is the other one, so that's already like, yeah. And here on 4.15, we see this character's PFE. As I kind of alluded to, generally I have on every character a striker, basically. We have the striker, we have an eclipse, we have a tech tank, and then we have a PFE. PFE is very useful, of course, for dealing with rogue fights and stuff like that, but also sometimes just for getting some of that certain things done. And as well, countdown, especially during extraction, it's very potent. And this one used to actually be, because I could, of course, I do have a preferred one when it comes to the PFEs. That's definitely the Cheska plus Grupo, and then either Catharsis, Coyote, and then 3-piece improvised, together with the Scorpio. That kind of setup I very much prefer to most of the others, with Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush as well. But I don't want duplicates in the build collection. At least I try to avoid them as much. And that's kind of the genesis of what this build before this kind of used to be. And that was that it was a combination of hazard protection, although not full hazard protection, like 60%-ish, together with crit damage. Because with SMGs, of course, we didn't really need to spec too much into crit chance, because they came basically with 36 crit chance on them, of course. And that's also one of the big changes that can happen. The mods on weapons, now we can actually go with crit damage mods. Although on attack vector, as we have it here, we can't put 30 crit damage on it with mods, with 3 crit damage mods. We can only put 2 crit damage mods, and then still got to keep 1 crit chance mod, because the underbarrel needs to be a long underbarrel rail to be a crit damage mod. So here we have 2 crit damage mods for 20 crit damage and 5 crit chance as mods. And that actually brings down our average a little bit. So one of the things was in the past that the reason I was going with other stats was that we would put crit damage on every piece. Basically, with Chesca Gruppo, you would reach close enough to 60. I don't remember what the old number was, but I think it was like 58 or something. And that was close enough to just basically forego putting crit chance on any other of the parts. We could, of course, put a crit chance in, get rid of Chesca, but actually, I was trying to like do other things. Here, though, we're kind of going a different route. Now we've actually pulled in as well a chill out onto this to pull in the Fox's Prayer. Really, the chill out, if you're going to go with the chill out for PFE, it needs to either be that you're going for 3-piece regen, which is actually the build I have kind of on character 1, or you have to pull in Fox's Prayer. Basically, trying to put this in to pull in a Gruppo piece or any other piece really is not going to be worth it, because you do basically give up the brand bonus that this has, because the 5% bonus armor bonus is really not that worthwhile in comparison to a lot of the brand bonuses we could get there. But the Fox's Prayer kind of makes up for that with the detox. And then here, yeah, we have kind of all in with crit chances and such. And well, we have basically 4 of them on the gear, and then with the weapon, we're kind of landing on this perfect 60. Actually, it's a exactly 60, which is kind of nice as well, of course, and then a decent crit damage to go with it. One of the big changes as well was that, of course, Sadist got a big buff. That made Ridgeway actually much more usable. The thing to kind of now consider is that this Ridgeway is here to trigger this 30% pretty consistently. While we're still not hitting for really high numbers here, we're doing that, of course, for at 1200 RPM, but in a DPS sense as well, this build still isn't hitting that hard. But for a PFE, it is actually hitting decently hard, and that's because, yeah, we're making use of that Sadist. Then as well, the regen, of course, that we're getting off of this is pretty good for a PFE build that isn't losing armor really fast, because a little bit of regen when it's on a red build or something is not that felt, because, yeah, you just lose your armor pretty quickly here again. Here as well, we're using it holistically kind of with Wicked to kind of trigger that as well. So as a build altogether, changing it to this setup, I've quite enjoyed it. And yeah, we're kind of making use of that chill out now as well. Now that it's also more available, I'm much more willing to kind of put it into the build collection, because we gain a tiny bit of that Fox's Prayer. If we now take it into the game, yeah, it is saved exactly as it is there. And yeah, Scorpio, of course, here on the secondary. One of the nice things as well, we can, in the past, of course, most of the SMG setups for PFE, because either I would go SMG or shotguns, PFEs are generally close range builds. Having now the ability here to not go with the Oreo, because even in the past, even with even with the old Sadist available, Oreo would beat most of the weapons with the old Sadist. Now here, we're going with Sadist, and then we can get a Scorpio, and that's actually one of the nice things about how maining basically high end. We get to have the Scorpio as our secondary. Trying to get this build together. PFEs are generally, especially high-end PFEs, but here actually we're just using 2 improvised pieces. But we're recoring a bunch of blue pieces here as well. I'm actually keeping, for instance, the backpack fully red. I generally want 3 or 4 blue cores, so this is kind of meeting that. I wouldn't actually want more than that. If I had even the ability, I would likely still not choose to go Wicked, like have a backpack with Wicked so we could record it. I likely just keep this. Because, yeah, 4 blue cores is more than enough, and then we have a little bit of survivability. This is, of course, yeah, annoyingly hard to get together with the improvised pieces. This will cost you quite a bit of resources generally. You have to craft them. The crafting generally, yeah, it's sometimes like this one, we get a max stat, which is quite rare, but likely with this as well, the armor was then like almost empty, still costing a lot. But yeah, because of that, it does require a bunch of resources. And then, of course, we need a blue cord, or well, we could go with a full red, but yeah, here we're going with a blue cord, a Fox's Prayer, although yeah, we could give that blue core up for red. The chill out as well is just generally just keep the armor core. You don't really need any other stats there. If you're gonna red this, any brand bonus is gonna beat that total armor. Don't use this as a red piece. Just please don't. And yeah, what this is then used for is PFE protection from elites, if you're not aware. We're using here as well 13 PFEs. This is the other 13 PFEs that I have, the 6 being on character 3 and then 3 on this character. And that's will protect us from elites. This build is then 75% protected from elites, so it reduces any incoming damage by them by 75%. And that lets it do certain things, especially in against rogues fights. It's really great during extraction in countdown. This can run into the middle of the pack of the enemies. I'll kind of shoot a bunch of them, all of them bleeding and such, especially if there's an OD in the team and they make all of the people around me bleed as well. I'm kind of invincible with this, and we can kind of just run interference, especially on heroic. That can be kind of handy, giving our allies time to just burn through the enemies, keeping their focus on us while our allies kind of finish off the enemies. A little bit of a sudden end, but 724. Yeah, I kind of went ranty on that one, didn't I? Fuck it, that's fine. Let's see what the total is. We did good on a bunch of the others, so it's kind of fine. 104. Okay, it's fine. I don't want to redo it. No, it's just... Yeah. And yeah, last, actually not least in this case. Let's see here. Yeah, let's load up the build. 416. And last, but on this character, actually not least, it isn't a testing build, as quite often ends up in those last few slots, as we kind of saw with character 2 and character 3. This one, though, is for use, actually. This is FI, but then in a blue core setup. So through the build collection, we kind of saw, FI in yellow cores, basically, of course, just being a healer or being a half healer. Then, of course, we saw red FI as well come by, going with the red cores on it. Here we're going with blue cores. This is kind of an experimentation going, putting all different cores on a bunch of different gear sets. And that's quite often a way to kind of, mess around with it. Here as well, we're kind of using FI, the FI buff, of course, and then trying to get galvanize here to trigger, and trying to get blue armor, because if blue armor gets hit, you don't actually use your FI buff. It needs to be your white armor being hit or being reduced below its max to remove the FI buff. So galvanize is actually a good way, and quite often with a red FI running alongside of them with like a Vanguard galvanize kind of setup can actually work really well. But this is kind of built into itself, trying to build that up in itself. It kind of works pretty well. Changes wise, of course, if I didn't get any changes, neither did actually any of the gear at all. Scorpio became a lot less effective than it used to be, and this build kind of mains Scorpio, especially because that is actually the tool that we use to get the disorient or the shock to trigger galvanize with. So we're maining this to trigger this, and here we're as well going with Lavoisier, and Lavoisier actually is a pretty handy increase. That little bit extra that we get from it, if we kind of go into the game already, this little bit extra going to 30 meters around the enemy, that is actually huge, and especially for countdown and such is much used. One of the other things as well is actually there's a wrong text here, just to highlight that. This one actually says, as bonus armor to you and all allies within range. The normal one actually says only to all allies. This to you and all allies seems to imply that this will apply to you and the other one wouldn't, but both of them do. So this is actually going into wrong text, because it's kind of ambiguous and kind of weird that they didn't use the same wording for two talents, the perfect version, still working in the same way, because the normal galvanize also applies to you. But here we are kind of using it just for that range increase, because we could of course go with a better brand bonus than this, but actually that range increase is well worth it. And also, yeah, we get a little bit more bonus armor out of it. Here's what actually we have it as a 5-piece as as we had with a bunch of builds so far. And that is, of course, yeah, we had the build picture be with BTSU. We can go that route if we want to, but of course, if I want to mess around maybe in other ways, maybe if we don't have enough coyotes and we really should prefer that, maybe we can go that route. Here as well, actually going Catharsis. I'm 6 blue cores now, basically because that BTSU could never, of course, be blue core. So here I can have a lot more armor to share, and then of course I can take the hits a little bit. So yeah, kind of save that way to give us options, and that's again a pretty handy thing to do if you want to have those options. And I generally, yeah, as we saw on a bunch of builds, yeah, we do save them that way. Yeah. Let's go back to negotiator, coyote. You gonna play? Just putting her hand in a blanket. Yeah. Yeah, let's do an outro, and this is done. Lady, could you play? Did she just run out of animation or something? Well, that was when I fast travel away, am I? Because normally she does that for a few seconds and then she plays, and then she does that for a few seconds and then she plays for a few seconds. Oh, that is that pillow. Okay. That pillow is a physics object. She's writing something. That's what's happening. Wait, did he just not play? Yeah. Okay, then we'll just use this again. Yeah, so outro, so yeah, to conclude this video, and then character 4, character 5 still needs to do, what will be the video following this up? MMR, right? Yeah. Because yeah, it's gonna be Pesty, this character, and then MMR, and then character 5. Yeah. And to conclude this long video, although hopefully informational, making up words now, informative. That's the word. I've used it before, I feel. And to conclude this long but hopefully informative video, yeah, we're gonna round it out with the outro here. If you enjoyed this video, or yeah, did find it, that's not gonna work. Why am I just around this ad? And to round out this video, I hope you found it informative as we went through all of the builds on character 4 and all of the last builds of account number 1. We will go into account number 2, character 5 on the build collection 5.01 till 5.16, which is, yeah, a separate account, We'll see actually a bunch of repeats there, as that is very much the account where I basically have forced myself to have just one character. It's basically a single main character. And it's a smorgasbord of builds that I like, basically, as I keep on them the builds that I kind of enjoy from account 1 kind of over there, usually showing them on the build collection with a different variation. And we'll kind of see as well that it's a lot of 5-piece saves there. But that'll be for in the future, this character having a few of the more interesting builds. So I hope you maybe found some inspiration to mess around with something. As again, usually also come from these kinds of videos. I hope, as I've had that same thing with other people's videos where they kind of go into an entirety of what they're kind of messing around, not just showcasing the best builds, but also some of the like lesser builds that they still don't want to delete. For me, for instance, the Red Eclipse kind of fits that and such, or the old DZ builds that I basically don't use that much anymore. But yeah, if you did find this video informative or in some way enjoyable, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. That does help out. So I'll do that a little bit of shilling here. For future videos, we'll follow this one up with the MMR in-depth, in-depth look into the headhunting tables for them. I was about to say DPS tables, but they're not. We're going to look at them in headhunting sense. Then, of course, yeah, we have character 5 to follow that up with. And then, actually, I'm kind of planning on going back into guide writing. And while we do that as well, I already have a guide that is completely done. And I kind of want to turn that one into videos, which is skills, as I did make a full guide, which basically turned out to almost be a manual for for skills. So I want to turn that into likely several videos, as we'll go over the main guide and then kind of go skill by skill is kind of my current plans. So all of those in the future, but for now, we'll just round this one out, and I'll just say thank you for joining me. And as always, have a good night. And yeah, for those just joining or being in the stream, yeah, that sign out is just for the video. That's I'm not going anywhere yet. But yeah, that's how I sign out videos always. So anyhow, I'm just gonna put all of the segments in a folder all together. Also, it is 1 hour 15 minutes, which is about exactly the length of the other ones. And actually, I did okay, except for the PFE. On the PFE, I got very rambling. That one was bad. That was 7 minutes. I was like, but actually, having just one be that long, informationative. Yeah, exactly. I'm native to information. Yeah, let's take this character back to. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's go check the vendors. I haven't checked the vendors yet, as we basically jumped in. Also, let's have chat back on the stream. Jesus Christ, my brain is kind of gone today. Was also I did a bunch of work stuff today, so my brain was already kind of gone. But I also wanted to just get this done. So let's actually I was gonna say let's not run around as a 5-piece. Anything useful here? Well, Torn for donations for those that need that, because actually donating named items from this to proficiency is actually one of the best ways. So if there is names on there that you don't have maxed out, it is well worth considering. Anyway, Brazos as crafting thing. Let's actually check the vendors, because also I want to see if there's any good, maybe crits mods for hardcores.
Hey, AJ, you doing all right?
And also sometimes there's interesting stuff on there. And other good brands. 9.9 crit damage, that's pretty low. It can go like 10-8. So I'm kind of holding out for those. Oh, these are usable. Nice. Yeah, let's give this good boy a review badge. Before we go. Who's your good boy? No specific. No, that's all right though. I need a Sharky. I've seen behind the scenes. Oh yeah, generally most of the videos, not all, but most are generally recorded live on stream. I kind of like doing it that way. For me as well, I kind of, especially for longer videos like that, I would feel, I would take a break and then like forget about it for 3 days. At least when we're doing it on a stream, I'm kind of, it's like it needs to be done in this stream, preferably, and then it kind of puts a deadline on me. So I kind of like doing that.
Good to see you.
I'll say I'll catch up here. After try accounts, but maybe it's because I don't. It's should be the triggers if it was if you mean the camera zoom. But yeah, it's only when you're in the photo mode. On Xbox controller, it's the trigger, so I'm guessing it's the same. It's either trigger or yeah, L1 R1 or L2 R2. On PC, it's also maybe it's whatever you use to scroll to weapons. Wait, would that exist actually? I mean, well, on the control, on this it's yeah. But yeah, on PC it's scroll up, scroll down, unless you've unbound it. In my case, I've bound it to some of my keyboard keys because I don't use scroll for weapons. Well, I get you. Yeah, Juice already said as well. Good. Certified dog lover. I've never actually. Well, no, that's not true. I lived with. I had a girlfriend that had a dog which I lived with for like a year, but most of my life I actually have lived with cats. I don't own any current pets, but growing up and stuff. Honestly, I'm much more as well. I think I like other people's dog. I wouldn't want to have my own dog. If it's for myself, I would make sure I'd have a cat. They're much easier. By 5 years, can have a little better rolls. Well, the thing is, we generally don't buy them to buy them and use them. Although sometimes, sometimes there might be interesting stuff. Much more is important to see what brands are there, and
Glad we got that set.
because that we do use, like for Habsburg crafting and stuff. You just buy 150 Habsburg, deconstruct it, you get 150 Habsburg parts from that. You do that a bunch of time till you have 750. From 750, you can craft 150 Habsburg backpacks or chests. And you do that then. Never been sometimes there is some. I've definitely bought a Fox's Prayer here or there for I remember for third account, the first Fox's Prayer we got was just from a vendor, for instance. But yeah, it's quite rare. Sometimes they've also had super unicorns and stuff. Oh well, actually, I don't think they've ever had a super unicorn. No, they did have actually a golden chest one time, skill damage, status effect, glass. But I at that point already farmed it, so it didn't help me out. Which brands were here? Well, so for instance, yeah, 511 for if you want to copy a 511 build. Words are hard sometimes, yeah. Especially for a rambly boy like me. That's also the thing, I just don't script it and stuff. I could definitely make things a lot shorter and such if I were to script everything and such, but that would also make it a lot harder to get, or for me, I would just quit after a month. Is Backbone on the Sun's blueprint list? It is one of the missing ones. We're getting spoilers indeed. No, so Backbone, the two Lengma ones, whatever the chest is, and the two Palisade ones, as for gear, is the ones missing. So basically those two seasons, and then together with that Brutus and Whisper, Cabaret, a Big Show. Those were all from 2 seasons, and those are all missing. Together with this season's gear set and such. Backbone isn't too hard to farm. Backbone isn't too hard to farm. The backbone is definitely the more doable piece on that one. But yeah, you could just go for a backbone and then like do the sacrifice version without the chest, basically. Yeah, what did this guy have? And then castle. Let's go shoot something. I haven't shot something yet. I feel the need for murder. Let's go kill some gun-toting assholes. It'll cheer me.
Combat simulation program active.
So this is here as well. The relic you wouldn't ever buy. This you'll just eventually get done. That thing drops so much. Hey, wow, this is like a min roll almost. Those are also rare. Yeah, earlier. So none of the although Palisade was on the clan vendor, as Pomik earlier said. But yeah, I don't have access to the clan vendor. Let's actually put this character back into the White House. We'll actually get their SHE requisition. I'm gonna swap to character 1 and I'm gonna go do the scouts. And I don't know if anybody else is interested in some scouts. In East Mall, I feel they said, although actually, give me a second to swap characters first. It's gonna get the SHE requisition in. One of the things to do maybe next week is if you want to be smart about it, you should save your SHE requisition till the 5-time XP starts, because yeah, the start of the week, the global event will start, which would be reanimated. Yeah, actually, so even this is one of the nice things that they did change. So in the past, the SHE requisition used to be named item, but it would just give LZ named. Now it gives a named item cache. So yeah, sometimes you get, you know, this, if I didn't have the blueprint, this would be a perfectly useful piece, because we would get a chance here and then we'd have a usable gift, but for me it's not that useful. We'll toss that. Because I have the blueprints and I have too many already. But yeah, save your SHU requisitions till the 5 times XP starts, and then do them, because you know they'll be worth 5 times as much. Yeah, let's get to character 1. As you could also save your like weeklies and stuff for those moments if you really want to min-max to that, but also yeah. Let's take a bunch of directives. I think I'll take all 5 actually. Depends on if it's invaded. Like, let's E-small is invaded. Actually, the invasion is over here, which is kind of nice to maybe get some bounties for that area again. The has thing. Actually, yeah, what are the target ads? Because what's invaded? Yeah, just these 2. As zones, I mean. Okay, nothing too great there. Yeah, nothing too great, but nothing too horrible either. Oh, actually, what is the weekly project? Invasion fighters. So yeah, invaded missions and invaded stronghold. This invaded stronghold can also be title. You can just do 2 missions and
another agent has joined your group.
Yeah, that's somebody up for. Oh, yeah, Tiny joining. And if anybody's interested in doing the scouts, I haven't done them yet. So if anybody is interested, feel free to say so and join up. We'll check what Danny's running. That's right.
I track your stats in every day.
I'll run
Looking
OD
for something?
here. Let's deconstruct this real quick. So I'll just want to sell some OD. I'll look on that as well.
Backpacks to boots. You want it? I've got it.
I would actually mess around with this one a little bit more. Yeah, what's the text here? Take your time and be like any good child of the 90s and just hang out at the East Mall. Why don't you take a walk around, visit the food court, or catch a show? You're bound to find something to keep you entertained. This gave 0 clues. Like, I'm guessing from this, like the progress bar being 0 out of 3, this tells me it's activities. But this text really, I mean, yeah, go, why don't you go have a walk around? Like, yeah, that kind of reads activities as well. But yeah, let's go do activities then. Let's actually intercept this resource convoy. That'll be an easy one. We'll run north from there. What's it gonna drop for me? Just, yeah. Eventually getting all of the descent blueprints also helps quite a bit with those kind of things. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Let's actually, shoot, I forgot. Let's take 4 directives here before we head in. Let's go to the safe house here. We'll leave out no regen, just so we can have our armor still, though. Because might as well get some XP anyway. And then I'll run OD as ammo, as an ammo helper. So we got the DZ vendors. Yeah, it's still, actually I didn't check the DZ vendors now just because I don't want to spend the time there, but yeah, let's go deal with that public execution and then the territory side of it. But of course as well, for the DZ vendors you do need to have DZ credits, which is also sometimes not as easy. Although it's at least more consistent to be gotten. Like DZ credits you can definitely run in and just eventually accumulate just by the little boxes, basically. That's sledged area. Once we get going, just gonna try to hit as much as possible, or mark as much as possible. Spawn behind us in a second. Except that.
Incoming hostiles detected.
I ran this thing a little bit solo as well one afternoon. And it actually works pretty well. This is the
Is that the last one?
OD shotgun based OD, basically. But yeah, it's basically what would be a normal OD, but then here with just setup and then 2 blue cores for the shield. I didn't see the marker underneath it. I'm actually not gonna pick up the thing there, but let's actually push and get this. Although I actually did that counted, right? No, wait, what? It says activities going. Oh no, it did. Okay, never mind. Oh, that is this. Okay, never mind. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Sledge plus adrenaline.
Vital signs critical.
Because there's definitely a good chest talent for shotguns as well, Odie. This is the shotguns just. I mean, you have basically intimidate. That's really it. Anyway, let's go get this territory as well. That'll be our number 3. Also, again, if anybody wants to join us for some of these scouts, although yeah, we're kind of already started, but we could do a few more activities if somebody like kind of joins now and hasn't done them yet. Also, if you have them done, feel free to if you want to just join us. Yes, there we go. Oh. As a zone, it is good for resources. So I don't mind it as somebody who eats up a lot of resources.
No, sir.
And I should use my shield as well. The shield is a damage bonus. As long as I'm in range.
Need a medic here.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Weapons free. Weapons free. Sighted in.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Load up.
Access key detected.
That's still a mini tank in here. Really. It's gonna wake it up, hopefully. I don't want to shoot it more than that. It would be nice if it deconstructed and gave us. Here, what resource do we use this week? Okay, components. Yeah. I know that was Scout Activity 1. No. Just 3 colors for Costa, yeah. It is, yeah, red, green, and basically a blue, but the blue is kind of purple. Yeah. Let's see. What's the next one? Someone call mall security. There's a fugitive on the loose. Yeah, there's a bounty. You know what? Let's just clean out this challenging one I have, just to also clean it off my list. We've gotten it likely from okay, it's over there. Yeah, let's go do it over there. Let's jump to earn space together. And what you really want, of course, is a guard rule set of all 3.
Civilians in distress.
All of them guard rule. Yeah. No, I've just kept one, actually. I just keep one green guard rule one in the stash, and I like whoever has the... Actually, is that this character? Oh, yeah, this guy. Whoever has the Oxy build also gets one. And that's kind of it.
Done here. Why couldn't they leave us alone?
Let's clean these guys out there in our way. And it's very noticeable how much less damage the Scorpio does in comparison to, like, in the past. In the good old days. Back in my day. Angel Bullfrog. This place is definitely one of those places where we're gonna be fighting a bunch of extra stuff. That much is true. But also, we'll be getting a ton of resources. I do like that part.
There's no.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Tighten that and you die. What?
And Scorpio's ability just to CC for you is just, that's the unmatched part. Especially like here in like a 2-man. I'm still doing enough damage, although modifiers help me, of course, as well, right? But still doing enough damage, and then also, yeah, giving 2 buffs out.
Gotta be fast here.
Sure thing.
And then the stun lock is kind of nice. I heard a flume, I don't know. Oh, it's those guys over there. See the stellite.
Did it.
Isn't it time those guys gave up?
Spawning forever away.
Agent, target spotted.
Game's having some frame dips here and there.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Mark him to mark him. Don't want to aggro whatever's behind this guy. So
Target
go to
down.
this side.
Good job.
Oh yeah, that was also just a challenging bounty just to clean that up and also then get the scut then.
Location guarded by hostiles.
And scouts are kind of worth doing because we're also for all of these, especially like if you're gonna look at them over the entire
There's another one
season.
down.
It's,
Good job,
we're
agent.
getting an exotic component each of these as well, which is kind of nice. Let's see what the next one is. Listen up, agent. We need to regain control of the mole. You need to go underground and excavate the ruins. You mean Metro ruins? Yeah. Let's go to Metro ruins. So wait, which control points have we done so far? I should... So let's have a quick check for the snitch. No. We've been running around in the open world. We'd likely put him on cooldown. Actually, yeah, Metro ruins. It's going... I have such a tendency to run for the elite territory control over there. Let's clean out this named group. Oh, we're heading there. Now, that grenade is just to make stuff move. Although as well, if I swapped my pistol, I do have sledge on that, just for a little bit of extra sledge. So you know what, let's get these two as well. While we're here. Oh, actually, I totally forgot. What is the apparel set? There's a new bundle. The Tundra bundle. This kind of looks like the recent, what was it? One of the at least the upper side. But yeah, I would like to thank everybody who subscribes and helps out and feeds this crippling apparel addiction. We'll do that, and then we'll equip That, and that. And that. I don't like the vest actually. It's for my normal vest. Oh yeah, sorry, Danny had to digress for a second. This looks kind of like just a guerrilla fighter. I don't hate it. I just despise. No. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, let's clean up behind us here. Yeah, let's just run down. These guys will despawn, because otherwise we'll be here forever. Let's just go down this side. Go down 1, 3, I guess at the same time, yep. You toss one grenade and you get like triple overcharged. A true supercharge. And I'm gonna be pretty aggressive here. My hive's about to come back anyway, just in case. Let's see. Danny gets setting up long range, which is in the right strat. Yeah.
Serious trauma detected. Agent
I'm a hacker.
incapacitated.
That's the whole point anyway. Let's see. That's fire might. It's gonna take this.
Make sure of your front.
Do you know what else is CCs?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And they're kind of moving out of the way there, so not to
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
block. We're still in combat with something. That's fine. It's just means we can't heal. But yeah, let's call them in. I think we're about ready. Right.
Reinforcements
Only
incoming.
downside is I'm pretty short range, and yeah, these guys might spawn on either end.
Incoming hostiles detected.
They're spawning that side. That's kind of nice as well. Just with polarity and stuff, we can use the markers to see which side they're coming from. Are they going? Oh yeah, there. And even at these ranges, like a pellet of mine is doing like 1,000,000, so even the shotgun long range work. So walls and replace Scorpio with the gonna do good. Oh yeah, there's many
Heavily
ways to set
armored
it up.
hostile detected.
Actually, seeing as the leader has spawned, I'm actually gonna let's push into them here because our allies are gonna push them back. That's what usually happens here.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
This guy will get me though.
Agent down.
I guess. Oh no, the control points guy will get me.
Moving to their side.
I need to use up your have.
It's over.
And yeah, another exotic component and a SHD and a field recon. Feels weird that it's giving one of each. Like one field recon is not equivalent to
Duck, goose. Are you the duck or the goose?
I'm one horse-sized duck. That's what I am, Anna. Go figure that one out. uh,
Supply room access unlocked.
I'll try to catch up to where it was with the Christmas stuff. Oh yeah, actually it is, isn't it? I totally didn't even catch that. It is, of course, just Rudy, but is it exact? I mean, is the chest so? Yep. Although it's of course without the horns and stuff. But yeah, it is a recolor. It's kind of lazy, but yeah, I'm fine with it. To me, I'm supporting a game that I like. That's usually how I kind of look at their problems. I generally don't even, as you guys may have noticed as well, I just buy them and stuff. I like having them as a collector kind of thing, but I end up running mostly my own stuff anyway. Yeah, with that rounded out. Yeah, what do we go for? Because yeah, also I don't want to make it too late. But let's maybe just do Jefferson Plaza. I don't know if you've already done your invasion or weekly. We're gonna do Jefferson Plaza. I don't know if you have the season pass. It is the season pass daily, basically. It's American. Actually, if we donate here as well, we can do the daily. Because that's Air and Space and American.
Something smells delightfully horrible.
So let's donate here, actually. He has enough for both of us.
We can hold out. We can really use your help.
Do a little bit of this, a little bit of this.
You really saved us with these
Because
supplies.
the daily is basically Air and Space and American, and then also Jefferson Plaza. And that would just leave basically doing the invasion for the weekly, doing title basically afterwards. But then let's maybe go start with Jefferson Plaza. And we'll go Jefferson Plaza, Air and Space, and then American History. Getting both the dailies basically in. And if anybody wants to join us for that,
There's been a
feel
lot of
free
Black
to.
Tusk activity around that
Let
metro
me know.
entrance. Clear all
Actually, for
hostile
this,
elements
let's
from
have
the area.
Norwegian on as well. So I reset myself.
Another agent is now in your group.
Let's have Norwegian on as well. We can deal with that. And a mission at least. Easy. I know Public's joining up as well. Also, actually, let me. Should have actually done that for others as well. I usually remember, especially with Pomic, that yeah, outside the system quite a bit. So I'll jump into a voice channel just so that the stream up as well, or tap to the stream or such. Made it tiny as well if you want to. It's not required or anything, but yeah, I'm in the voice channel in the community Discord. And just even if you don't have a mic or don't want to talk, you can just join the channel and just have my voice and not the game as well. So you don't have all my explosions and stuff. Rainbow back. Actually, yeah, it will be rainbow, right? That way. What did we decide for min-max build to open original hardware secret ban? Yes. Stargate. I'm gonna keeping it mostly like that as there, but honestly, you could go either route with it. I could see going with an high-end backpack as well and just getting more out of it. I'm gonna likely keep it as is. Playing around a little bit more with it, it's definitely doable. Oh, and hey there, Pumic, and hey there, Tiny.
Hello.
Yeah, let's start the murder. Actually, yeah, let's just. Or maybe do you have OD, Pomic?
Yep.
So let's maybe do that. If you go OD, I'll go combat medic.
Oh yeah, I should.
I kind of realize
but I
how
need to
short range I am
travel
here.
away to put the survivalist on.
As then, yeah, we'll swap roles. I'll go combat medic. And then as well, the 5 directives is a little bit more. Yeah. No regen doesn't actually get in our way too much. But yeah, for the build collection, I'm likely going to keep it as is. China chest. And then BTSU, and then Hive and Seekers. And this lets us get a gunner stacks into it in as well. But
Yeah, I had like 400 rounds, but then when I needed to go survivalist, I lost everything.
Yeah. That's fine though. That's we'll get more. I'm gonna overcharge here accidentally. Watch out for the heavy on the side. And I don't know if anybody else wants to join us as well. Because we'll likely do basically the 2 missions of the normal daily, and then we'll also do this mission, which is the premium pass daily. There's also, yeah, that's only invaded, isn't it? Well, that's only normal, isn't it? That's not an invaded. Normally there's a resource there. There's actually a crate back here for us to get. So we get that.
Another agent has joined your group.
This way as well, we have kind of the builds to kind of deal with 5 directives. Dodie is giving us the ammo. I'm offsetting no regen, and then the rest is just doing damage. Cool skills we just have to live with.
Keep pushing through.
Yeah, I don't use the other skill. I just use it for the startup to get the bleed ammo going. And then my ongoing is going.
Neat. Once it's going, it's ongoing. That's our directives. And that smart thing to do is just to toss it at a door like that and just already rinse through it. That's how we do the out of combat regen. Hey, just watch out here for the back spawns. I'm gonna put my Hivish there. Don't let that pulse. And yeah, tomorrow we'll try to get a descent run in. I know you said you were available right from 5-ish.
Mm-hmm. That sounds fine. And then just imagine me getting sick or something. I'm like, I can't play.
Yeah.
I'm
We'll
just gonna
force
be
you.
like, type in chat, dying behind the PC. It's like, I need the deep run button.
Yeah. I mean, you have to watch out. If you, in the Sen too, if you die in real life, you also die in the Sen. It works both ways. Oh, the mini tank is. Actually, one of us should stay on that side because the door will close and it needs to be open from that side. Yeah. Right.
There would be quick GGs if we all were behind it.
Yeah, if somebody else can open the door, try to lob a grenade correctly. I didn't get all of it, but I got some of it there. And just watch out as they will spawn behind us. So usually what we do here
Oh, no.
is,
They spawn in front.
Agent
well, they'll
down.
spawn all around.
I forgot about that spawn. And I just ran into their fire.
I need new plates in this.
They had the direct
Vital signs critical.
modifier. That sets me on fire in close
I'll
range.
try to cover upstairs here. Okay, I got you. Yeah, sorry, I have to clear my air first. But yeah, watch out being all the way
That's
back
fine.
there because... Or where we came in. Like upstairs here is kind of safest. Yeah, so we'll make it okay. Because there they spawn right next to you.
Get down to the mall.
No route.
Fast traveling.
Contaminated area. Liquid
It saves you a lot of
DC-62 detected.
Otherwise, you come
Yeah,
all the way
I
back
was
there.
waiting.
Yeah.
The DC-62 we see on the streets has lost some potency over time and exposure
I
to weather.
skipped the rope.
But this stuff is fresh.
Yeah, you
Black
wanna
Tusk must have found a stockpile
keep
of
your
sealed
hands
barrels
like
somewhere.
from being calloused and everything, right?
Active terminal detected.
Transmit any data you recover, so we can try to figure out what Black Tusk is up to.
Didn't remember that. Well, actually, I just haven't done.
This is the famous spot for all of the besties.
Yeah,
Keep an eye out for any Black Tusk intel.
yeah, actually, I didn't know there was a shock thing back there.
Data received.
On the
There's
base.
a map of the tunnel system here. Looks like we were right about their
Yeah,
intentions.
it's kind of dangerous to go for that
An
thing
agent needs assistance.
with everybody still left.
Serious trauma detected.
As here as well, actually, the objectives don't really, like, they don't make less waves happen. Wait, wasn't there something like that?
Request priority transport from the plaza. Should have all the barrels ready soon.
Respawn on this end. So
Agent down.
it's the downside with cool skills I don't get to. Get this guy going. Actually,
System malfunctioning.
get to me here if you can.
System back online.
Alright. Okay, you guys just hope that is covered by your insurance, because otherwise... Otherwise, it'll be hell today. That would be actually funny if every revive in like some, they should do that with like Division 3. Every revive will take like 10k or nah, let's do like 50k from the player being revived and give it to the player reviving. That would be an interesting way to kind of
That's a new SHD farm.
yeah.
Right here.
Or just credits, just
Oh, credits. Yeah, that's fine.
no, it just yeah, just it goes from yeah, it's your
And
copay.
And if I don't have any money left,
Socialism.
An agent needs assistance.
No,
I was
that's maybe.
thinking that
Curtailed.
You can
concrete
crawl to
dead.
me, excuse me.
just gonna owe you some.
Immediate medical assistance.
Get to the plaza.
System reactivated.
Or as we run out.
I just imagine if that was a thing in Division 3 and it's like, you owe 2 million credits to IKEA.
Yep. That would be the thing, right? It would be just after that, then it would be like your next exotic. I went to where the non-invaded is instead of where the invaded. It's completely unusable. Yeah, let's go
Secure the area, agent.
do all this.
Exiting contaminated area.
I'm gonna blow that up because that's what I'm gonna sit in a second.
Bravo Tango incoming.
That sniper seems determined to deprive you of viable cover.
Oh no, that sniper seems determined.
Yeah. That sniper has determined. Yeah, watch out. That's sad. Yeah.
Determined last.
Yep. I mean, yeah, it's kind of hard to stack on us, right? We're just wiggling too much.
Engage.
Completion is this thing.
True Sons were onto something with those DC-62 warheads, but they lacked ambition. Imagine what we could
They
do
lack
if we
determined.
reverse-engineered and mass-produced this liquid. No one could stand in our way.
As ruthless as the True Sons were, the Black Tusk are smarter and more ambitious.
Yeah, the season
Your
pass
actions
daily.
here
Let's go
prevented
do
a
the
major war
missions
crime.
for the air
sure
and
of it.
space and American history. For the normal daily. Also, although you would need to do a few activities, but if you want, you can go to Metro Ruins as capture. You can go and donate there. Let's go to air and space, but yeah, if you need to donate for the daily as well, go do that maybe. Or the
I'm kind of surprised they took over my control point that quick because I captured it today and it's already in red.
Civilians in danger.
yeah. Ismail and stuff gets captured a lot. Ismail and Navy Plaza, and then anyway, let's take 5 again.
He's almost empty on water, so he has enough.
Yeah. I've already done it. I think Tiny as well, so should have more than enough for you guys. But yeah, I would need to just do some activities after, but because I'll just do these missions and go to bed.
I did some activities while doing the
Scout.
scout. So yeah, that's fine. For me, it's just the missions too.
Is this taking forever to load, or?
Civilians in
Okay,
distress.
yeah. Yeah, let's get
Black
going.
Tusk is already
Actually, there's some
established a
ammo on the
foothold
side here if you
Dislodging
just
them
need
isn't
some
gonna be
starting
easy.
ammo. Actually, is that an invaded? I don't know if it's here. It's not in here, in invaded. It's only normal. I think invaded there's a shock ammo back here. Yeah.
Watch out, reinforcements.
Heads up! EMP!
System malfunctioning. System back online.
Like I got murdered. This thing just from the back just looks weird. Oh yeah, watch out for the two sniper dogs. Because both of them also have a recruital. Behind it. Shoot it in its hole.
System disrupted.
And not its bum hole, but just its armor hole. Which is also its bum hole. So it's double.
System reactivated.
Counts for both.
It's like hitting two holes with one rock. Wait, no, that's... that went... Let's not.
Local area network detected.
Check any terminals or laptops you find. The more intel we collect on Black Tusk, the better we'll be able to counter them.
Alright.
Serious trauma detected. Agent
I
incapacitated.
saw that Master of None, like, last second. I was like, I'm not gonna survive that. That might be a downside of glass as well for this season.
I heard like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Make sure to grab also the key chest loot on behind the laptop. Yeah. Also, yeah, feel free to just start it.
Survival is this kind of heals, and
Detected. Installing backdoor.
it's not that great, but with the
I hope this
cam,
encryption is to protect something
like
juicy.
the burst.
Oh, the burst heal on
burst
others, yeah.
heal, yeah, it's
No,
not bad.
That's like the one usable kind of like zero tier heal that I feel. But yeah, it doesn't work on yourself. It's only allies.
Yeah, I need to stay in it the whole time. It's duration for its whole duration to get to full armor.
I think that's even closer. You notice it on the heels on you that you have armor. Incoming repairs on it.
Yeah, I have
You
the
get
two.
healed much more than the others.
75% complete. Connection remotely terminated.
Shit, they cut off the terminal.
I want more wave. Sit up on that thing. At the start of this next room, I'm gonna supercharge just for getting my hive back as well. I'll do it on the second one.
Humanity has been observing the planets for millennia. But we
Yeah,
are
first we
only
have just
now
one grenadier.
beginning to uncover some of their secrets. Earth, the third rock from the sun. Our home
Judge.
may not be the center of our universe. But so far, it is the only planet that has supported life as we know it. In the vast reaches of space, it's irrational to think that our
I didn't see anything in there.
capable of creating and sustaining life. We know
I know there's a
that
gap
Mars
there,
once
just
had
couldn't
vast
see it.
oceans, that many of the elements found on Earth could only be created in the instancy of a supernova. While no other planet in our solar system sustains life, it's possible that the building
Immediate
blocks
medical
of our
assistance
working
needed.
path evolved from single-stellar models.
The only big downside of fire is just not being able to aim.
Started as nothing more than the ash of a dying star light years away.
Also, let's blow up that, and let's blow up that. So that when we go up, people can take cover there without being hit by those. Which idea is the next wave spawns as we go up here.
Contact here. Engaging target.
UAVs are up.
One of the actual things I would hope for in Division 3 is actually if they have something like fragile armor that it could eat like a bunch of healing and then it would still as well fix it up. Together with that, healers being able to maybe shorten the health gate. With the timer for the health gate.
That would
Because that's
be bad.
usually
Agent in my
that thing that still gets people killed.
Yeah, you can't overheal the damage that they get. They get over Hellgate.
Well, you get confidence basically after the first one of just like, hey, I'm being healed, so I can poke out again. But yeah, the second time you just go too far, and then I mean, generally people go too far. That's also the reason that, yeah, we generally just go with preventing the damage up front with Eclipse in like legendaries and stuff over healing it, because yeah, healing just has its limitations.
Oh, some water that I need.
I forgot actually that thing moves there, because that's normally like on the other wall there.
Flowing water, as evidenced by these images. At one point,
I'm gonna run into it
3.1 billion years ago,
or stay in it.
I just saw a silhouette there and just started blasting. I wasn't expecting anybody to be up there that fast.
laboratory craft has sent back evidence of more recent water flows as well.
Sledges.
System restored.
And here we kind of also like
There are also neurons
I don't hit this hard with that sledge.
only have been formed in a liquid water environment.
System.
Although we've also
malfunctioning.
actually outright tried
Water
it.
can
Like,
be found on Mars largely as ice at the Martian North Pole. Although
was in BTS2,
small
I did try it
System
actually.
back online.
in the thin Martian atmosphere, or is
And also
it
just with my
Martian
alt, so that I had
soil?
like full control. But yeah, here we still see the effects of it being
Network
an
signal
allies.
detected.
Sounds promising.
Sending intro.
So there's that. Normally I would toss my stinger hive down, but yeah, different hive
I
now.
mean, you can heal the enemies and overheal them so they explode.
Yep. I would also, I think that would still be a good build idea, would be kind of Reclaimer, but then here, because we could have the exact same thing as with Reclaimer, but then let's set up the thing. Oh yeah, okay, edit.
Data corrupted.
Damn it. I guess we keep looking.
Is it right now? It's been a while since I've done this mission as well. With Jeff.
Secure the final hall.
It's
Maybe
like-
you'll find a terminal there.
Is that box there as well? But no. So we don't have secret room and we don't have a box back there. Alright, you guys go get set up. I'll run in last. As always, this place, it doesn't start till everybody's in. I'm just gonna also... We get that one? There. And there.
Finish mopping up these assholes and let's see what we can find.
Hoping to catch that dog, but... didn't.
It's probably bricked, but check out the server just
Shot
to be
of that
sure.
guy.
Reformat cancelled. Attack data 0.7%.
I'll send the data you were able to recover to our tech guys.
There's 511 in one of the...
The
I think
museum
it's
is secure. Well done.
campus.
Here's
So I'm
hoping we get
thinking
some
about
value from
crafting the
data you
backpack.
transmitted.
Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, I saw it indeed. Yeah, it is one of the settlements. Was it the last one? American. Americanish. Yeah, let me catch up here as well. I can get the foxes and contractors with skill damage for Oxybolt. Overall, just farming them.
Mark it on your
They
map.
are a little bit rarer
Friendly control point nearby.
because generally foxes will drop snitches here. Let's go get snitch as well. Also, we'll have them for tomorrow, but yeah, let's wait for everybody to be here before we
Got new contracts.
interact. So this way as well, we'll have Cassie and Danny's position basically for tomorrow and open.
Wish you a successful hunt.
I'll grab a outcast Banny. Or for a long time. Okay. If you... Yeah, they can just take forever. I remember struggling quite a bit myself with the chest.
Your
I mean,
goal is a
the
collection of
contractors.
transcripts and notes
Yeah, they're
from months
sealed.
of prisoner interrogations. The information is stored on a military-grade laptop.
Oh yeah, there's
Main
nothing
holding
there.
area
I was like,
downstairs.
where's the heavies? But in Invaded, that's where they are.
The first priority is to release the prisoners to keep the True Sons busy. You'll be looking for some kind of security terminal.
Keep in mind that one of them, because generally you run it with technicians, so one of them can just be a red core one. And then you just need to get lucky with the other one. But yeah, it
Terminal
is
should be somewhere nearby.
it is
Look
just
around.
an annoying piece to get. You know.
Active
Got
terminal
lucky
detected.
again by
Sounds promising.
getting the hit with
Find
the
it and patch eyes
destroyed
again.
ammo pouch.
Okay, I'm in. Now to
Just
open
running
the cells.
past it, it got hit
And the
again.
cells are
Oh.
open.
I mean, that's how you get exotics, right? The more hits you get by them.
I mean, if that's true, that's the only reason why I have around 500 exotic components.
Yeah, that's the split. Oh, actually, it's Langmo here.
Over here!
And the Pesty video also went up today. I did have the time to get it all stitched together
Oh,
and
he's
stuff.
lying on the ground.
Yeah. Also the time to actually
Oh
watch
yeah,
the
now
video.
I see it. glowing over top of it.
Main holding
Yeah.
area is downstairs. Get moving.
The key when it is in there, indeed. It just pokes out just barely. Why am I checking for key in other corners? We have it already. Summit 2.
Yeah, that's the only way to play.
Oh, let's go from this side. Actually, let me pick this up. Maybe somebody. Oh, actually, no. Wait, does deconstruct actually work yet? No. Sorry, full inventory. Oh, but yeah. Just go. I haven't even been using my superchargers much, but also we kind of don't need it. We're kind of melting through here with modifiers and stuff as well. Kind of feel maybe later in this week might start messing, because I will have reanimated next week, which will also be like, you know, pretty powerful global events. But I might start running with that modifier instead of countdown, of course. We don't really have a choice, but just to kind of feel alive again. Modifier does make the game maybe a little bit too easy. Modifiers, specifically by the teeth, makes the game a little bit too easy. Because the only challenge remaining is Stellite. And I kind of like it for that, because yeah, it turns some stuff into that. Especially on Legendary, I do kind of like it. Because it, in some of the fights, basically turn into like boss fights in a room, just because half of the room has Stellite. And then
The True Sons seem to be in control of the holding area. The hyenas are knocking
you
out
have to kind of
security
deal
cameras.
with that.
Pretty smart of them.
Especially in Legendary when a bunch of enemies have Stellite. Or Hero Countdown as well. It becomes about either dealing with it or dealing with it. Either deal with it just in the way intended or in the... And this place is just a loading screen, so it takes a little bit before it actually spawns. Could also be a proximity to that door as well. Maybe somebody does need it. Could actually try it. I definitely know it's also a loading screen because you can't make it instantly happen.
There's Scooby literally standing in the open. Enemies decided to shoot at me when I was a little bit in cover.
You know, his confidence threw them off. They were like, I don't want to shoot that guy. That guy seems very, it's like...
Just lost the cameras in the
he
holding
seems
area.
like he knows
There
what
was
he's
a
doing.
bright flash and then static.
Actually, I'll get the loot on the other side, but yes, you guys go get that. Yeah. Although basically, yeah, one person needs to go and get it, and then we all can get it. But actually, I just want to show it for once, because I always get it from this side. I'm gonna just show how to get it from the other side. For once.
Picked up on camera again. The holding area is just ahead. Once you find that laptop, grab it and get the hell out of there.
So find the laptop, put it up on... put it up on eBay.
And make profit so you can buy another parallel bundle.
Exactly. A secret room. Yeah, key chest. That's how awake I am at this point. There's a key chest back here. That's that loot is. Actually, also really didn't want to grab it.
Looks like you got True Sun's reinforcements headed your way.
North or south side?
Both. Heavier concentration to the south.
With all those gates sealed, the north exit should be closer.
I decided not to pick up the laptop because the last laptop I had is slowly falling apart, so... It's like there's some...
You're afraid
really
to
needed
drop it.
information. Yeah, I don't want to destroy it. Just imagine me saying, "Where's the laptop with all the information?" and I just take out the bag. It's like, ah, yeah, it fell apart.
Yeah, or you just pull it out and it's just full of bullet holes. Just, yeah. Wait, this wasn't a plate for a plate carrier? It was a laptop? But yeah, for those that haven't seen before, yeah, the loot is just through the fence here. We can grab it even there. That's also the thing, like, technically only one person needs to get it and then the rest does as well. Which is actually an interesting way to deal with loot as well. So as long as one person kind of knows that the rest, even if they rush forward, they can get it later. I feel like somebody had like an idea there. But they don't do it that often. So. Just to make a move. I also love that line actually. Sweet galloping Jesus. Shoot that tiny. One thing you can do, as as shown there, I should actually maybe put that in things and stuff as well. But I feel like a lot of people do know it because it's a raid. Like in raid, you definitely get taught that. But yeah, shooting others out of foam.
All clear.
You just recovered intel that's going to be a whole lot of help to Odessa in the short term, but to all of us in the long run. You also effectively put this hellhole out of
And
commission.
yourself, actually. And yeah, we got our projects finished. But yeah, let's round it out there. Let's go back to base. I'm gonna just get cleaned up, make sure. Let's see if we have anything worth sharing or keeping. And then we'll send everybody on the Twitch end off on a raid as so kindly as well today. But Toasty and Metal raiding our way. We'll pay that forward.
Nice doing
I'm
business.
gonna have a few, if nothing too usable, but might be worth messing around with. Because we have one of those, we have one of those, both are usable. And then if somebody is thinking about doing a 511 build, actually, I don't know if you maybe want this. Because I do have a 511 with max that crit damage, so it would look better than. I'll put it down here.
I have every piece except backpack and chest.
Yeah, that one just having max that crit damage.
I don't see it.
Oh, it's maybe. You're likely not in the list of shareable people. Yeah, it was only when. Maybe if Tiny wants it. Is it? Of course, we like filled up later. Yeah, let's pop these caches as well. Hello 14, I guess I need to find groups to farm gear. Exactly. Although, one of the easiest ways, if you just want to get started and kind of get some build together, you can. Generally, I would recommend just getting a little bit of gear together first, although you can jump right away into challenging countdowns. So you can just matchmake for those. And they're not too hard, so even if you're not well geared, you're not too much of a hindrance. Basically, if on a challenging countdown, if 2 players, hell, even if 1 player is kind of really set up to kind of do the work, that's all it kind of needs. Especially if that player is familiar with the modifiers and such. And you can do that from the map here under matchmake. So just this countdown and then on challenge. Inviting viewers sometimes. Yeah, generally, for instance, here as well. Once we kind of... Sometimes I do play solo and specifically want to play solo. And then oftentimes, like now as well, we kind of just open it. I'll usually just go like, hey, whoever wants to join can join. Which is actually how this group got formed. As we got a few dailies in there. And also most of the way towards the weekly as well, because the weekly is basically, well, it's a few more Black Dusk activities, a few bounties, and then just, well, Tidal or Capital. We're 1 mission away from Capital as well, so. Yeah, we'll get one of those in. But yeah, sometimes. But now actually we're about to run that. I'm also going to actually thank Pomek and thank Tiny and thank Scoobs.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, and hope you guys had some fun and some loot and some rewards. And I'll catch you guys around.
Yeah, tomorrow for the descent.
Exactly. Although, let me reach out to Cross as well. He really wanted to join, and let's double check that his schedule is also works. But yeah, around that time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump out of here, but yeah, I'll catch you around tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna try actually go to sleep early.
Yeah, as I'm here, I kind of got up way too early, and I've been going for way too long. But yeah, catch you tomorrow.
Yeah, have a good night.
Have a good day. And yeah, we'll hop out of there. And yeah, indeed. Thanks to all my teammates. We'll trap group here as well. On the Twitch end, in a second, we'll go and raid and fellow Twitcher will Twitch their way. I'm gonna already go and see who is available for that. I should check in the category for a second as well as see a few familiar names who we've raided already a bunch of times. And yeah, GG's. Potential for at the sound. So yeah, at the time we'll just kind of see who's up. But likely as well, I will, because on second account and such, because I might actually do both tomorrow and Thursday do a run. I definitely want to get the tier 1 patch for this season on main account. That's like really a goal that I want to fulfill, so that we have that tier 1 for this season, because I think I only on this account I think I only have the Nemesis one so far. Like I haven't even actually gone past loop 10 this season with this account. I've done like all of the Nemesis runs every week, but there's a Nemesis one even. But yeah, we'll likely even do, because I wouldn't mind getting at least tier 2 as well on second account. Which is at 30. And yeah. And as well, now that we've gotten a bunch of stuff done, I want to go back to kind of writing guides, and next one is the next guide that's going to be written is Descent. So I want to spend some time there kind of refresh my memory, kind of refresh the things that we know and stuff. As I'm kind of quickly checking in the category, who's kind of up, especially some hopefully English speaking, preferably as well. PvE players. So never mind taking a chance on someone. And sometimes as well, we find kind of cool people that way. And you know, if nothing else, we're spreading the joy around. Oh, I did see that. Okay, this person's playing Division 1 in the Division 2 category. Well, that's kind of fine as well. So that's an ad. This one has an ad, of course. Ads. I'm just gonna let this play through. I just briefly want to check these two people. Otherwise, we'll go with a regular. But yeah, we've already rated them kind of quite often. So they have their cam on to where their level is. Although as well, this is in fact not English. Although they didn't also, it wasn't tagged English. So. Yeah, we might actually go with somebody other than who we rated yesterday. So let me catch you on some of this last one. Here we go. Thoughts on y'all overall as a brand set? It's, if you're going for pulse resistance, it seems to be overall the best pick. That's about it that it is handy for. There's of course one-piece hazard protection, but now especially Cheska being two-piece hazard protection, and then like generally if it's going into something that's, so for instance, you know, the backfire striker setup, you have two-piece Cheska, four-piece strikers. They're just Cheska already. You would want to have Cheska in there anyway, and then the second piece Cheska is 20 instead of like going, you know, like Yao plus Grupo or something. So it is not that meaningful for a lot of things except really pulse resistance, and pulse resistance is only really a PvP, like DZ/PvP thing. So it drops in the right places. And yeah, it's still on the clan vendors and such. Like they had a specific patch note of taking that out. That didn't happen. It is quite often on the clan vendors, and even failing that, there is actually another way to get it as well if you have watch alts, because you can craft purple Yal, which does not take those crafting parts, but can give crafting parts. I have a short actually on my channel explaining how to get that if you're kind of interested in how to get it. But yeah, you need basically watch alt, and then you need to not have upgraded their weapon or the crafting table to high end, which usually means that yeah, it's a new one basically. Someone finished 50 completions of Summit, and the completions of Summit at least 5. Nice. And yeah, that means that you've got most of the Summit challenges or the Summit commendations done. So, things are, oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, we haven't need somebody in there.
Please approach the safe area using one of the designated checkpoints.
As you all kind of give them a hay back and then kind of say, we'll thank them for being kind. Yeah, kind of there. So rare for how impactful the three-piece can be. Anyway, thanks for the kind words there as well, Zoka. The thing is though that, yeah, the places where it's really actually useful is especially PvP, and there like it drops there. But yeah, if you want to get some of it it's not that hard to get, especially keeping an eye on the clan vendors. But even failing that, if you are kind of like a little bit more advanced and have like watch alts and stuff, give that short. It's in the shorts on the channel there. So, but yeah, it's very easy. Basically, it's just craft purple Yao at level 40 or below even. But at level 40, it's easiest because you can also get credits from the watch of a watch alt and stuff. Yeah, let's go. We'll go raid. I never know how to pronounce her name, but yeah, I think it's Faja Chico, and I think that's the Spanish pronunciation, or maybe even Portuguese or something like that. As I haven't raided them in a while. They seem to be going for a long time as well here. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll start as we kind of discussed there. I'll start likely 4:30 and kind of set up already, and we'll see about maybe at 5-ish, at latest 6-ish, but preferably 5-ish, starting a descent run. And we're gonna try to go all the way to 40. So, or maybe even a little bit past. I wouldn't mind extending my old personal best, which is like 48 or something. And yeah, let's find this person again for rating. I lost it again there. And yeah, we'll go raid out here. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Together with that as well, I'll stitch together this the fourth character video that we kind of had here today. Although that won't go up until like likely. So today was Tuesday, so Wednesday, Thursday, likely Friday, giving a little bit of a gap between videos. Yeah, let's go. Raiden, I'll be back tomorrow for some Descentin, and hopefully as well a little bit better rested than today, as I kind of felt low energy, but yeah, hopefully it wasn't too bad. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop ranting and raving and just say, as always, thanks for joining me, and also as always, have a good night.